Hey everyone. Welcome. A little bit of background noise here. Um, Hi, brother, join me. Hi, Cheryl. What's going on? I'm working on jewelry. I'm just doing something I can't do with my hand stretched out that far. Setting up what I call jewelry setups, which is finding the beads and the, all the basics with the pendant. Right now I'm taking some very poorly replaced stones out of a piece. Supply spelunk. That's good. Well, I sent you the link if you want to come up and hang out. don't know what this person was thinking putting colored rhinestones. This piece makes no sense. And they didn't even, they just like threw whatever rhinestones they had into this thing. It's horrible. Okay. Yeah, Restream now has, I had somebody else who had dual camera and they were able to access their second camera. So that's something newer. Man, I'll tell you, these 6,000 sticks these rhinestones in there. Okay. Mm. This is horrible. I can't get this thing up. Hi, whoever joined us. That you, Ella, hiding behind there? Usually either hello. Sometimes Ma comes in here and does that to me too. So come in, not say a blinking word. I know there's somebody here. Hello.
Hello.
And good morning.
Trying to get the camera turned on. And lined up. There we go.
Ooh, pretty.
I think I finally got there. And it looks like I'm gonna have help. That is Miles. He has grown so much from the and that was laid out on my side.
Gosh, he's really getting his growth spurts in, man. He's catching up quick.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's about 4.5 months old now.
Mm-hmm.
On camera here. Scratch my ass, Mom. Sticks it up in the air.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do.
Yep, that's what he does. He's draped over the edge of the table.
He wanted your attention. Where?
Mm-hmm. He's draped over the edge of the table with his front paws on my leg.
Oh,
And
that's
he's
so
like
cute.
he's like twisted around and looking down under the table,
Mm-hmm.
and there's nothing there. Oh, no, I take that wrong. There's a sable there.
Ah.
He's looking down there like, what are you doing? Sweet little man. Well, if you're gonna love all this attention, could you possibly show more than your bum to everybody? Here we go. We just want to kind of gnaw on mommy. Nope. Nope.
What
boy.
do you mean, no?
We're learning parameters. So I tapped him on the nose and he backed right off. He's really good about that, and he's really smart. But he forgets in like 5 minutes, so you have to kind of have do-overs. Yeah. But he's getting better. He's still at that age. I did wait until they got older to give them their kitten shots because they were both compromised when they were tiny.
Mm-hmm.
And I found if you immediately give them to it at 8 weeks old, that Spiridium, Giardia, and all those things like to rise up. So where they're indoors, all the other cats in the house have been fully vaccinated, and you know he's in a safe environment. Same with Jazzy. I did the same with Esme. Waited until they got older, and they do so much better. I mean, they didn't even act like they noticed, whereas, you know, if they go down with heavy fever and lethargy, yeah, something's rising up. And I haven't had that with these guys. Yeah, Mama learned, didn't she? You know, the vet's all about, oh, you gotta do it right at 8 weeks. I don't take them out anywhere when they're small. Yeah. But timeline-wise, I'm getting them vaccinated and getting them boosted just in time to where it'll be settled into their system right before they go in, because I'm going to take them in together to get sterilized so that, you know, they're both recovering at the same time and one's not stronger and more active than the other. They're both, you know, on the same level. So
yeah, so not plugging each other.
Yeah.
The one that's down. Yeah.
It just, you run more risks of them compromising their stitches or pulling something or whatever if you have a healthy one and then you've got one that is still recovering. So this way they both get it done at the same time and recover and get better together and, you know, reach equal activity levels in much more similar timeline. I did that with 3 that we had. Much like these two, they were about a month apart. 2 little boys that entered our world. And then after them, about a 6-month-old little girl that was severely compromised, had been hit by a car, broken hip, major damage. She had to, she was severely emaciated, dehydrated, infested with fleas, anemic, and hello, Barbara, welcome.
Hi, Barbara.
That happens, Barbara.
Oh, good.
But keep watch for, you know, increased urination, because that means they're coming out of the remission and they'll need to go back on insulin. I went through that with Inanna, my tick blue long hair. She was a diabetic, insulin dependent. And yeah, the longest we went was
Sarah.
9 or 9.5 months with her not needing insulin. Yeah.
Can we go? Yay!
Yeah, it's a cat thing. It doesn't happen with dogs, hardly ever.
But
with cats, yeah. And it's always nice when it happens because it saves you a nice little bit on insulin for a while. But watch your expiration dates on your insulin. If it's still good, just keep it in the fridge. Because chances are they're going to end up going back on it. But no, with those 3 kitties, they all went in the same time together as well. But they were closer to 7 to 8 months before they went in, because she had to get strong enough to even go into surgery. She was too weak and too compromised. So everybody waited until she was better. Her hip had stabilized and she could use it. I had it checked. She didn't need surgery on it. It was stable. It
Right.
just needed to calcify in. So we let it do that while she was recovering from the road rash and the anemia and all of that. And when they all went in, they were all vaccinated, boosted, and in a good place health-wise.
So how's the book coming, Barbara? Yep, I'm listening to you. I wanted to ask before I forgot. Yeah, it's always smart to try to do them all together. Best you can, you know. Once you have a separate one, obviously it comes in after the fact. You have a couple that have to be done or whatever, it's best to do them together.
Well, it's not always that easy if they're all, you know, they're not a litter, they're separate. But yeah, if I can, I do, just because it makes it easier. We don't have to sequester some from the other while they're recovering and blah, blah, blah. Because they don't like that. Yeah, I started this grid, but the purple right next to the teal, I don't like. I want to move it out one and have white in between so that I don't end up doing a double row of purple between, because these are going to be replicated here, 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 and on out. I have to add paper because this isn't long enough to go around this bottle. The other bottle I just set aside for a while. I tried 2 or 3 different things. Finally, I just said, okay, I just need a break from that one. I'm obviously not getting the right thought process going. And I had a shorter one that I was playing with, and yeah, I just couldn't get there on that either. I do this. I have a lot of bottles and jars and things tucked away to bead, and I'll bounce around to half a dozen different ones sometimes before I finally settle on one. I still can't bead right now, and I tried grafting. Yeah, I tried grafting with like colored pencils, and that was too much stress on my hands. My hands were lighting up like Christmas, so I switched to markers. I also tried friction pins, but the colors that I had worked, but the pens, aside from you know, the main black, red, blue, and what have you, they've got kind of a marker kind that's more like a highlighter shade. They're super pale.
Oh, I see, yeah.
They're blotchy, and they quit working, and you have to put them away for a while. And I couldn't get very far, and it would quit working, and they were new. I just had them tucked into my papercraft tote thing that I use, but yeah, it was really getting annoying. So, but these are the actual colors of beads that I'm using. I think that one's got a...
Hi, Barbara. Times 2.
Here's the actual colors of beads I'm using. This is a matte ivory. This is a lustered, opaque green or chartreuse. It's got a AB finish on it, I guess. These are the silver lined kind of a teal color, and these are opaque lavender with the AB finish, and they're all delicas.
Nice. Looks like it's going to be absolutely beautiful.
I don't know, I like the color combination. Hey, Barbara. Barbara says that her auction went amazing last night. She sold everything, over 125 pieces of jewelry. That is awesome, my friend.
Good.
Oh yeah, Barbara. Don't change the diet when they go into remission. Keep everything stable in their life, their habits, schedules, food. Yeah, keep it the same, because if you do any change up, it can throw them back in. Yeah.
Awesomeness. So what are you doing? I'm gonna have to say Wolf because this guy got two Barbaras in here. What you doing, Barbara Wolf?
She says they earned over $250 for Shadow and her husband. Cool. So right now she's drinking coffee. Good plan. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I get it. I was raised by coffee drinkers. I just didn't happen to be one of them. Not dealing with bead yet. You lost me on that one, Barbara.
She's not dealing with sorting her beads yet. She keeps finding more beads.
Oh.
Sort through.
Oh, they make their own bead blends. They have 14 different blends. Oh, you're bead soup people. Oh, that is so good, Barbara Bustamante. I'm so glad your book is doing well. The first book took about 5 to 10 years to complete. Yeah, first one always takes forever from what I understand, and then after that, after the plot or just your rhythm in writing is kind of established, things go faster. And if you're doing like a series, the first book kind of establishes plot, and everything just kind of flows off of that, and it usually goes faster.
Well, she's
I've known
doing,
authors, but I've never personally written stuff.
she's doing things about actual folks. It's not, I can never get those two things right. Nonfiction is fake,
Nonfiction
right?
is like a cookbook or a history book.
Okay,
Fiction
she's
a false, fake, made-up
nonfiction
story.
writing.
Yeah.
So about research and all that.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Fiction, romance. You know, fantasy. That's fiction.
Right. So she's doing
Made-up stories.
nonfiction.
Yeah, nonfiction means it's not fictitious or fake. It's real or based on real.
Oh, now I gotta
creating a
remember it
graph
that way.
pattern
Non-fictitious. Got it.
to beat a bottle. Yeah, non-fictitious, which means, you know, real instead of fake. Yeah, I'm gritting out this pattern to bead that bottle. But I'm gonna start over again because the purple, I wanna move out one row. It's bugging me right up next to the teal. I wanna do white, then teal, or excuse me, white, then purple, then white, and then start the repeat of the diamond. That way,
Yeah,
if
then
I
you
do
couldn't stop
a
them.
space or two and then go back in, then I have to do another row of purple, and I don't want that much purple. So if I move the purple out and kind of make it a center line in between each of the diamonds, it'll give me the amount of purple that I want, you know, and still keep my grid the way I want it. It's a brain thing. The way I process this kind of stuff is very left-handed or right-handed left brain, because yeah, I'm a lefty. Okay, Barbara Bustamante says that hers is technically historical fiction in the memoir genre.
Oh, I thought she was doing actual, like, based on memoirs. Oh, okay.
She's probably basing it on history, or even basing it on historical fact.
Yeah.
But the way it's written classifies it
Hold
as
on.
memoir
I'll be right
genre,
back.
historical fiction. Yeah. It's all that technical jargon. Yeah, I learned a lot about the technical jargon. I used to manage and run a used bookstore for a local gal. She has since passed away like a decade ago. Yeah, been even longer than that since last year I worked there was 2000 or 2001, somewhere in there. But yeah, I learned a whole lot about genres and categories and classifications and all that stuff. I mean, I knew a fair bit about it even beforehand because Mom and I are both bookworms, and I was buying books for both of us. That's how I met the gal, was I was in there shopping for books. Just happened to sit and visit with her for a little while and had commented that, you know, my dad's health was returning to the point where I could go back to work and that I would soon be looking for a job. And she said, come talk to me. Because we had visited several times. She knew my level of knowledge.
Okay.
And knew that she could expand on it.
Is it kind of like these books?
The Revolutionary War story of Abigail Jane Stewart. Yeah, I would say probably so. Yeah.
Okay. Now here's the thing about these books. I didn't realize they were like what she's talking about. I thought they were actually from the diary, you know, of people.
Basically, you take memoirs and create a story around them, I think is how that comes to pass.
But here's the funny thing about this series. This one. These
Barbara's
names
is her story is inspired by a box of love letters that she inherited.
I want to say these names. Mary Driscoll.
Wow.
Abigail Jane Stewart are names in my family tree.
Barbara, oh, interesting. Barbara Wolf says, I don't read books, I write them. She's published 87 so far. So, Barbara, meet Barbara. If you need any guidance,
no kidding.
You need to get together and have a little chat. A lot of experience there in 87 books. That's impressive. What genre do you write in, Barbara Wolf?
Barbara Wolf also gives lectures and things like that too.
Well, that's cool. I thought about writing books at one point in my life, but at that point in my life, I had gone through a divorce and was taking care of an elderly parent and couldn't really focus on that. Since only 2013, you've put out 87 books. Yeah, that's a prolific writer to the nth degree. Impressive. 2013 was an interesting year for me. Not necessarily in a good way. Basically 2010 to 2015 was rough. But I got through it. And I grew from it. So that's what matters. Hello, Moonwolf. I just seen that you snuck in there probably a few minutes ago and somehow missed it. My apologies.
Hi, Mo.
My computer's over to the side now, and it's a little further away. Even with my glasses, it can be a little more challenging to read, and I'll miss stuff. It happens. I mean, usually it's like right here, you know, right in front of me. And it's over there, about 2 foot away, so the screen is about 3 foot away.
Yeah, well, I don't have, mine's always to my side. It's my phone.
Poetry, short stories, books on scammers. Yeah, the scammers for sure. Scammers are rampant right now and have been through this whole past 2.5, 3 years. And yeah, need to be brought to task in a big way.
Ooh, that's interesting.
My writing group meets monthly with best-selling authors by Zoom and best writers. Read to learn and borrow techniques from other writers. Cool. All right, Barbara Wolf. Is Moonwolf and Barbara Wolf, are they family? Or we just have a lot of wolf folk congregating?
No, they're family.
Oh, okay, cool. Hello, Wildflower. Welcome, hon.
Hi, Wildflower. Thank you, honey. Brought me some juice. Lunch. Oh. Hey, come on.
I can tell you right now, guys, I ain't getting perfect little rectangles. My hands just aren't that stable at this point. This hand is highly symptomatic. That's why I'm using a thicker, it's not a super thin marker, but it's not a fatty. I didn't have the right colors in my fatties, but makes it a little easier for me to hang on to. And when my hand starts aching, the pen moves from being held like this to being cradled between the fingers. That's a common thing that I've done for a very long time, and it seems to be helping with this as well. Except that I don't feel it on this side. But I know it's there, so I just kind of roll with it. But this hand is just super symptomatic of the spine issues.
I know that name.
On. I've heard of that name, I haven't like read any of their material because I don't do Marvel, but I have heard of the name. Yeah, that happens, Moonwolf. But there's got to be a similar type group out there for what you do, or within that family of material. It's just finding it. Do you guys write your material jointly, or is Barbara your main writer and you guys just like help her gather everything or come up with ideas? Or ooh, poetry writer. So you do your own, yeah, you do your own thing. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, Barbara B.
Yeah, in some cases, I do know that there is gaps in some stuff, like a poetry writer wouldn't use the same applications as, you know, like a fiction writer. Also, what are those animated books? They're like cartoon books. They've got a name for them that I'm totally brain farting. Graphic novels?
Graphic novel, yeah.
Yeah, that genre I know is entirely different in how they go about their process. Which has me wondering if Barbara Moon or Barbara Wolf doesn't work in that genre, as to why a lot of the stuff isn't geared. Oh, anime, yeah. Anime is another one. And it falls in the graphic novel thing, but graphic novels, you know, you've got your anime and then you've got like your fiction, you know, like Twilight. They do graphic novels on Twilight. Then you've got like your comic book graphic novels, and they're like different genres within the genre. They kind of, I could see where some applications might work in all like three of those examples.
Of course, make it in, I do.
But, hey Nora. Yeah, it sounds like you guys, you don't write in anything specific, you know, like you're not genre stereotyped per se. That you got a lot more creativity in your mind than just one genre, and that you guys probably have your works in progress pile where you kind of bounce around, kind of like a crafter, because You can't stand just doing one thing. You gotta play around. Which is me with crafts, you know, so I totally get it. But yeah, I've never read a graphic novel, mainly because I haven't been able to afford to buy one. But mostly what I read is fantasy, urban fantasy, paranormal. I do occasionally wander off on just a regular cheesy romance series. I love Debbie McComber's writing. She's got some cool stories. So does Robin Carr. My favorite fantasy author of all times is Mercedes Lackey. I love her Valdemar series. Have every one of them. Took me forever to get them because I would get them at like yard sales and the library book sale, that kind of thing. But I got them. She had some that wasn't the Valdemar series. That was another series that she did that had a sci-fi bent to it. I didn't care for those. But the Valdemar series, oh yeah, I'm all over that. The past few years, I've been switching over to digital with some of the stuff. Like I keep my Mercedes Lackeys, I keep my Kristen Feehan. I've been gradually replacing my Kristen Feehan. That's what I've been working on this past year. Reading as I go and replacing to digital format as I read. But that's kind of slowed down here a bit because, you know, fixed income and just inflation hasn't allowed as much. So I'll read like one of hers and then I'll read a couple, three off of, I have Kindle Unlimited, and I'll read some out of, you know, that I find on there for free, you know, that's included with the Kindle Unlimited subscription. In fact, my Kindle is over here charging behind me right now because I noticed last night that it was down and needed charged. Kind of, Moonwolf. Your screens are bigger through the Restream. And
you get more stuff to play with.
Yeah. And you don't have the limits that you do on StreamYard on the free account. Stacey can tell you more about it. I'm just going on what she's told me.
To be on it as long as you want. Hours are not limited. And you get
probably
all kinds of free stuff, the banners and little backgrounds or whatever they call them, not overlays. Backgrounds. So there's a whole bunch of stuff available to you than it is with the free version of StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard, to get a lot of those things, you have to upgrade to a paid account. I have a feeling Restream was probably created by somebody who was peeved at StreamYard.
Probably.
Well, you know, like Microsoft Word programs, they came out with Open Office, you know? I kind of have a feeling that it might be kind of the same thing. Somebody came out with Restream because they were peeved at StreamYard, kind of like Open Office was created because they were peeved at Microsoft Word. Which I can totally get, because, yeah, me and Word don't get along. I was trying to save a few pictures off of Google. It was like crafty stuff. And you click the link and go to wherever the picture came from or originated, and which I think was Etsy. And you'd right click to save a picture, and it would save a link with what is that that's on my computer? It's the original Microsoft that's on Windows 10.
I don't know. I don't have Windows 10.
But I hate using that program. I downloaded Chrome onto my laptop, and that's all I use. The only time I use the other is for like a medical appointment, you know, a video medical appointment, and it won't work on Google, so I have to go through there. But yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that setup. I don't like all the weird crap they added to it. I'm like, yeah, y'all keep that. I took it off my taskbar and dropped it on my desktop, and if I need it, it's there and easily accessible, but I don't have to look at it all the time. Moonwolf, I am dying to know how the first two words in your screen name are pronounced. Do you have like a phonetic pronunciation of that? It looks Native American.
Wonder if it's Lanai. Waya? Like the T silent?
Lanai. Yeah.
Or it could be
we're probably
literal hard T, like you're saying. Taline Wahaya. Are we even close?
Yeah, we're probably murdering it. That's what usually happens. My screen name is actually my shaman name, so a little Alice here.
Kinda? Okay.
Kind. No, I think she's
We're
saying
close.
kind of. No, we're in the vicinity, but we're still probably murdering him. If we hollered in a crowd, she probably wouldn't turn her head.
Lina I? Why? Waya? What? Wahaya?
Wow.
Oh my gosh, it's so bad. Trying to mess up people.
I'm betting that the Y is probably silent and possibly T. Well, of course, editors are going to want Microsoft Word. They're probably editors from, you know, they're older and used to that. One advantage with Open Office, it'll open any Word file. The I has a slash on it, if that helps.
Oh. So I is I, not E. So it's Liana E. I, not A.
Oh, the L.
No L.
So
Tana
L is
Tanai.
Tanai.
Yeah, Tanai.
So is Ogallala.
Why?
Trying to write an Ogallala is very challenging as well. pretty
L
much any of the
has
indigenous
is it the
can be
I or the
challenging.
L have a slash on it?
The I has a slash.
Okay. Teklanahi. Ah.
Teklanai. Teklanai. Tekla.
I don't know if the C
Nea?
is meant to. Teklanea. Teklanea. Teklanea.
Teklanea. I think we're close with that. Teklanea. Nia. Again, probably murdering it.
Yeah, I think it's Teklanea.
Yeah, but there's that E and EAH. Waya. Teklawaya.
Teklanea wea.
Yeah. Teklanai aware.
Teklanea wea. Or Nea wea.
Yeah, Gianna told me what my pronunciation of my shaman was, and I've got it wrote down somewhere phonetically. I think I asked her for my given name as well. I'd have to find that paper. I put it in my journals, I'm sure. This was a few years back, so. Sorry, Moonwolf. We're not trying to murder your name. I'm just totally fascinated with indigenous.
We're trying to learn.
Yeah. I do this to Gianna, too. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Gianna Little White Man.
Of course I do. She
She's
pops
a-
in all the time.
Well, I was talking about Moonwolf. I know you know who it is.
Oh.
She's a Native American gal that beads and stuff, does live crafting and stuff as well sometimes. It's kind of hit and miss, health issues in the family and what have you, but then she occasionally has sales and sells indigenous made,
We're close.
her indigenous made crafts. But
I'm sure it's some
she's used, her
little
husband is Ogallala out of the Dakotas.
click or something in the vocalization of the word that we're not doing because we're not
Yeah, we're just not
familiar with that.
used to pronouncing that way, so our mouth doesn't work that way. Somebody just went ripping down the road and scared the crap out of one of the cats.
I'm gonna laugh, but
All I heard was a
did
whoosh.
the dude straight up in the air jump?
I don't know. They were in the kitchen behind me. I just heard them.
Oh, you just heard it.
Yeah, I heard a lurch and streak. The window above the sink is open.
I think it's hilarious
about
when they
4
scare
inches
themselves.
right now, letting some fresh air in, and so it would have been louder than normal. And by the sound of the landing, they jumped off the counter there. So, hey, Kay Renee.
Hi, Renee. Look, I love the straight up in the air when they scare themselves. Like, really? There was nothing there. It was your own tail.
Yeah, they do that too. Especially Miles. Jasmine has kind of grown out of the tail chasing thing. She's kind of past that. But yeah, Miles is full on right now. And he gets pretty goofy. Oh, Barbara Wolf put hers into Legia Waya. Is it Zani? Zane? I don't know, that sounded too French. Yeah, according to my parents, I'm English, Irish, Dutch, Dane, Cherokee, and Apache.
Yeah.
And I resonate very much with the English, the Irish, and the indigenous
Ligia.
cultures, pantheons, whatever you want to call them.
Probably is Sunny or Sunny. Well,
Shoot, well, with all my health issues I've got going now and all the medications that I'm on, sometimes I can't even pronounce what I'm giving them.
Waya is Sunny.
Lagaya Waya is Dani. Is Dani. White Wolf and is the translation. Cool.
Well,
yeah, like I said, I've got pronunciation, and I think she gave me translations on my screen name, which is my shaman name, and my birth given name, which is Cheryl Rich.
well, I don't
wrote
don't
down
have
somewhere.
any direct Indian blood in me because I took a couple of DNA tests. But
I haven't done that yet. I haven't
when
been
I
able
was
to afford
probably
to, but I would love to find out.
8 in upstate New York or Pennsylvania, I can't remember which right now. I literally went through ceremony and was given the name Clearwater. Because my eyes at the time were, Skywater. My eyes were as blue as the sky and clear as the water. Yeah, my mom exposed me to all culture growing up. I was very fortunate in that. I literally went through a whole entire ceremony and got named, and what she termed it as adopted into the Indian family.
I don't know. I mean, I've met indigenous people around here, but just, in passing. Studied a lot of their craft. Been to the museum and seen pieces that they have displayed at the local museum. But most of my connection to native peoples or indigenous peoples. When my mom passed away, her spirit guide, who is an Indian chief, kind of adopted me. So now I have my given spirit guide, who is a little short, round Italian gal, named Lucita, and an Indian chief that has yet to share his name with me. he would communicate through me to pass messages on to mom because she wasn't hearing him. She was born legally deaf, and for whatever reason, even her psychic hearing is impaired. And so I was kind of her interpreter for her spirit guide, which was totally weird. But I did it, you know, I didn't have a problem with it. Just not something I've ever heard of before. And yeah, when she passed, he kind of just moved in behind my left shoulder, because my spirit guide is always behind my right shoulder. But according to my parents, Cherokee and Apache. But yeah, I don't know for sure. I haven't had blood work or anything done to confirm any of that. But otherwise, my name given, my totems, which I didn't know I had 2 totems until I went on a dream quest for totems, or a totem. And then I was given 2. Apparently one for the Cherokee, one for the Apache. It was confirmed during dream quest. I didn't even know about it before that, and that's when I went and asked mom about it. Her mom looked like a full-blown Indian squaw in pictures, which is the only time I've seen her. All my grandparents, with the exception of one of the males, my dad's dad, had passed long before I was born. And apparently Grandpa Rich held me when I was like a week old for a few minutes, and then passed away like a week or 2 later. So I don't remember him, you know, because I was a newborn. But my grandmother, on my mom's side, unbeknownst to me until my late 20s, 28 exact, to be specific, a woman would come to me when I wasn't feeling well, needed a tummy rub, or, you know, was upset. She would come to me and rub my tummy and talk to me and stuff like that. When I was 28, my uncle, my dad's brother, passed, and my cousin, his daughter, brought over some pictures to him that he was when Grandma died, but being the eldest brother, he was chosen to just take them all and separate them up and distribute them to the family, and never did. He hoarded them instead. So finally, after 40 years, 50 years, let's see, she died in early 60s. This would have been late 90s, early 2000s. So whatever that timeline is, I can't think that hard. A box flat, like a beer flat, of pictures was brought over to him, and there was a picture in it of a lady, black and white picture, and it was the lady that used to come to me, wearing the same garb, same outfit and everything. Mind you, black and white picture. I told Dad, I said, the dress is navy blue with white flowers. The hat, handbag, and shoes are all black with gold trim. And his eyes bugged out and his mouth hit the floor, and he looked at me like, how in the hell do you know that? And I said, because she's come to me since I was little. What do you mean, come to you? And I said, in spirit, she's come to me. Full apparition. Slightly transparent. Has come to me since I was very little. So that's when I found out that it was my grandmother, who had been coming to me in spirit since I was like a toddler. She may have been coming before that, and I just don't remember it that far back. But, and when he passed, she was there. In fact, I had to ask her to switch sides of the bed that she was standing on, because she was standing in my path and kind of creepy walking near my grandmother. So I asked her to move to the other side of the bed, and Dad, in his death coma, shifted from leaning against her on the one side of the bed to leaning against her on the other. Which, you know, he was in death coma. He wasn't moving. Which means either he was pulled towards her or she moved him. I think it was a pull because I didn't see her reach out, and I could physically see her and I could see him. And I was there when that happened because, you know, I was the one standing there asking her to move over because I was checking his vitals and everything. But yeah. But yeah, any other communications that's done through DreamQuest or astral projection over across the veil. I've done a lot of studies in the Hall of Records, and I have a garden over there that I first go to. And then if there's going to be any guides, you know, when I project out with, you know, what my will is in my energies, you know, what my goal is there. And if there is to be a guide to direct me or guide me when I'm over there where I need to go, they're always there in my garden waiting for me when I get there. I've done that the majority of my life since my teen years. Been able to astral project in a controlled manner. You know, where I didn't just pop out and end up in, you know, a vortex with a bunch of narwhals.
Oh, okay. I was younger. This is actually 2 different years. I used to go every the anniversary of my adoption. Oh. Yeah, that's me down there.
Ooh, wait. Oh, cool.
And this was the chief, so I think the following year.
Oh, neat. So you were adopted into the tribe?
Yeah.
And the tribe is?
I don't remember. That's why I brought the pictures with maybe something about the dress. Might give a clue to the wolves if they know. I do not.
Oh, that's cool, Moonwolf. I'm not adopted. I'm an oops baby. Late in life pregnancy for mom. She thought she was done. Oops. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Very fortunate to have pictures. I would scan them and get a digital copy saved before they break down or something.
Oh shoot, those things are from the early 70s. They're still here. In pretty
Yeah,
dang
they're
good
old.
condition.
Yeah, but I would still scan them just to have a record of them.
I'm sure I do in my laptop.
Ooh, Barbara. She lost everything between hurricanes and fires. She is adopted in White Man's Wolf. I don't know. I mean, my screen name was given to me during my dream quest for totems or no, before that. It was a naming ceremony kind of thing. But everybody says that the Native Americans believe owls are evil or dark or whatever, but yet I was given that name. And they're not dark at all. They're just messengers. Oftentimes, yes, they bring messages of death, but they bring messages of a lot of other things too. It's not just death, at least for me. I don't know, maybe it's different for others, I don't know. Hello, Ashley, welcome.
Hi, Ashley.
Well, that makes sense, Moonwolf. Yeah. Yeah, apparently anybody that I've communicated with, you know, in life, are the, you know, think they're dark or horrified of them. But, yeah. Those that were across the veil that did my ceremonies or whatever you want to call them, because they were all done across the veil. They weren't done here in the physical realm. Hey, Josie.
Hi, Josie.
Apparently honor them as well because they gave me that name in such a manner as it was a huge honor. And it was weird, whatever they were saying over there, I know was being spoken in native language, but I understood it. So that tells me that I've lived past lives with them and knew the language in that life. But I don't recall, it's been years and years and years and years since I did this. I don't recall exactly what was said and stuff. It's just been so long, and physically in this realm I have a whole lot of health issues and it affects my memory to a degree. Like timelines, I don't remember timelines very well. I just know that I've had the name for years, and
I don't know if this would say anything, but this is the gift shop that they had.
Cool. I wonder if you could like put that into like Google and it would pop up something. You know how people put pictures in Google and it brings up stuff.
Never thought about
I
that.
wonder if there was a, you know, I know there's apps out there that do that. I wonder if something like that might pop something up for you.
Oh, here's another picture. I'm not in this one, but this has to be another year.
Neat. Boy, they can, Moonwolf. Come on, sweetheart. Here. Come on, or Sable. I'll get the right one in a minute. Got 5 of them to go through now, so.
Oh, 50 years. Wow.
No, 50 lives. 50 lifetimes. 50 lives.
Oh, lives. Oh,
yeah.
That's what I get for not fully reading the sentence.
I've projected over to Hollow Records and studied back, I don't know, it was like 46 or 48 of my lives, and basically just needed a break, and then life happened and I haven't gotten back to it. But I'm at peace with that if I don't get back to it, because I know that the knowledge will be there, you know, when I return fully, aka cross the veil, pass away, whatever. This is my last life. I know that. Oh yeah, me and my mom. She's been the mom, I've been the mom. She's been sister, I've been sister. I've been mother, she's been daughter. You know, I do know that my mom and myself have lived numerous lives together. There's been a few with my dad, a couple with my sister. My two oldest sisters, there was no connection. And
okay, this is years later too.
A few with my oldest brother. And I didn't find any with my older brother. There's 6 of us. I'm theirs though, everybody else isn't hers. Oh, that's cute. I'll be back, guys. I gotta go use the restroom.
Did y'all get any clues about what tribe that might be based on colors or dress or anything? Probably the chief would probably be the better. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I muted for a second to cough and was like, ooh, okay, so be right back, guys. Gotta go do this other too. One of those.
Mm-hmm.
And Sable's right back here again. She was my little free escort. She'll follow me in and sit on a little rug in front of my toilet. And I'll give her little head snuggles, and then she'll follow me right back in. Sometimes power of suggestion, she'll have to stop off at her litter box before she comes back. But you bumped the marker, dear. Is your nose blue? Is your nose blue? Did you get Smurfy? No, guess not. Let's check. All right, off the table so Mama can draw. Off the table. Good girl. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
And she's down here beside me. we lost one of our kitty cats, Callie, here a few months back, and she was my mother hen. She would follow me everywhere. She'd cuss me out if I hadn't done a breathing treatment, cuss me out if I hadn't taken my meds or had a meal. And Sable has taken up the mantle of doing that in her stead, and she's kind of become mother hen on steroids. Morning, sis. I am all alive. Okay. My dream interpretation is pretty basic, Moonwolf. If it's black and white, it's a dream. If it's in color, it's a premonition. Oof. So if it's in color, I pay attention. But if it's black and white, I just let it sit on out of my brain. And I keep a notepad on the head of my bed with a pencil. And I've been known to wake up and have notes to myself on my headboard. AK, I was taking notes about the dream so I wouldn't forget it. So I would denote points. Anytime the notepad's open on the headboard, I know I need to read it. I kind of programmed myself that way when I was young. And yeah, I won't even remember that I've taken notes or anything, but they'll be there. And apparently I'm pretty disciplined about it because, yeah, it'll be back up on the headboard, a little pencil on top of it, and it'll be on top of my Kindle instead of underneath because normally I have it under the Kindle. And the flap on the notepad will be open, which tells me I need to look. You know, I've never like woke up with it, you know, by me in bed or anything like that. You know, getting stabbed in the boob by the pencil or anything like that. So it seems to do the trick, and I always seem to leave just enough information so that the dream comes back to me fully with whatever little tidbits I've denoted on that little notepad. I don't know. Does the trick. Could be energy I injected in it as well that throws it back to the forefront of my mind. I don't know. I never really paid that much attention to it. I've just done it. I've done it for so long, I don't really think about it anymore. And it can be, you know, big stuff like, you know, a death is going to occur within the city, or it can be simple stuff like, you know, I forgot to write bread on the grocery list, so there'll be bread written on the freaking notepad. And it came to me in a colored little dream blurb or whatever that prompted me to denote it. Yeah. So it can be simple or it can be huge. You know, like rapid water diving for days because people are trying to find somebody in a river kind of thing, and I know what's going to happen. Stuff like that. I've had animals. I'm an animal communicator. I've had animals come to me, borderline death throes, screaming out into the ether for help because, you know, they got hit by a car or something like that. And in my dreams or in a sleep state, I will connect with them, see the scene with my third eye, and put out the energies necessary, you know, zinging somebody on the push or something to get their attention to the animal, to get the animal to where it needs to go. I had that happen in a restaurant parking lot. The kitty got hit by a car and managed to pull itself kind of up on a little snowdrift thing by the side of the road. And I kind of helped guide it to do that. And then there were some people getting out of their vehicle, getting ready to go into the restaurant, and I zinged one of them on the tush, and they spun around to see who bumped them in the butt, basically, and seen the cat about 10 foot away up on this drift crying. And they stopped what they were doing, went to the cat, loaded it in the car, and headed for the vet, the emergency vet hospital here. You know, that kind of thing. You know, I was never physically on scene, but I did what needed to be done to get the animal the aid that it needed, so it could survive and get the help it needed. Weird stuff like that. I've rarely had humans come to me in my sleep. I communicate better with animals, but I can be a medium if need be, but it's one of my weaker gifts. My strongest gift is animal communication. And it's quite strong. If I can do all that while I'm sound asleep in bed, you know, that's a pretty strong gift. But yeah, a lot of my others aren't near as strong. My second strongest is based off of inanimate objects. So if I go to a thrift store and I see something that has been on my wish list forever, and I touch it and it has wacky, wild, creepy energy, it stays there. You know, that one isn't meant for me. That kind of thing. Clearing energies and stuff before it comes in the home. That kind of stuff as well. But if it's that wonky, I ain't even going there.
Mm-hmm.
And also, since birth, I've been able to see aura. I thought everybody did until I was like preteen. And that's when I found out, just in a random conversation with my mom, who also was gifted, that no, not everybody sees auras. I was flabbergasted. I was like, really? Are you serious? She was like, yeah, I don't see auras. You can ask your dad, your sister, whoever. They don't see auras. But when I was little, I don't know, sis would be at school. And, you know, I mean, I'm talking, you know, maybe a little over a year old, year and a half, something like that, you know. I could make a short sentence, you know, and articulate. And I'd be like, Sissy's coming home. And mom would be like, no, she's at school. She won't be home until later. No, Sissy's coming home. She'd look at me, and I'd give her the look, and the phone would ring. And it would be the nurse at the school calling to say that you need to come get your daughter, that she's not feeling well and needs to come home. Or the phone would ring. I'd be like, Mom, it's for you. She's like, how do you know that? I'm like, really? She's like, oh. Do you know who it is? Yeah, it's such and such.
Hey, you were able to let her know before she even had to answer the phone. In case you didn't want to talk to the person. That's funny.
Well, yeah, this was long before caller ID ever existed. I was the family's caller ID. And this before, my dad owned a business, and they had it at the home, and they had just one phone line in the house. Then they moved downtown and opened a brick and mortar store. And then as he got older, they moved it back home and put it back in the garage. And they brought that phone line with them. So then we had two phone lines in the house, one for the business, one for the home. And when I was little and we just had the one phone line, the phone would ring. And at that point, everybody knew that I would know who was on the phone. And the phone would ring and everybody would look at me, be like, who's it for? And I would say a good 90% accurate. And I was just a little kid. So, not bad for just a little kid. Because they didn't move the business downtown until I was, I think, in the third, maybe fourth grade in grade school. I think it was third grade. Or maybe in the summer before the third grade. So yeah, I was, 5, 6, maybe 7, somewhere in there. I was pretty young. Dad started the business when I was like a toddler, so, I pretty much just kind of grew up with that. That's fine.
Come on, you guys want to talk to each other? That's fine by me. Okay, Renee, if you drop your email, I'll send you the link, and I'll send Barbara the link, and y'all can come up here and figure out whatever you wanted to talk about. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, just hang out and knock.
Yeah.
Or you could You know, if you want it private, you can open a StreamYard and just send the others the StreamYard link and just have a private chat in StreamYard without putting it on YouTube. You
Oh
don't have to
yeah,
go
you
live.
can do that too.
Private,
But
yeah.
either
Or you can do it
way.
on Facebook through video call on Facebook. You could
Oh
just
yeah,
put
that's
together
true too.
a group video call.
I don't think
And
about
yeah,
Facebook that much because I don't
whichever way
really
you do it,
utilize
it's free. You know, it's a free way to video call. You don't have to have, you know, Zoom account or any of that, you know, paid account. You just do the free StreamYard or Restream or Facebook video chat, which is through Messenger on Facebook. When you open a little square to somebody on Facebook, up at the top of that little square, there is a picture of a video camera, and you just click on that and it dials them up. You just have your cameras on, and yeah, you're having a video chat right there, and it's just between you guys. I think StreamYard is more private, you know, less likely to be lurked on than like on Facebook. But not as bad. I mean, I use both regularly.
I don't either. But obviously she has a desire to speak to you about some subject.
Yeah. But it's whichever way you guys. Oh, I don't know Moon Wolf. I don't do Instagram. That one I don't know. I don't know Instagram. I don't know the little bird one, Tweety, Twitter, whatever in the frick that is.
Twitter.
I just use Facebook. Yeah, any of the other social media platforms, I am clueless. I have an Instagram account, but I cannot navigate it.
I am doing stuff.
Open it up, I sign in, and a bunch of pictures show up,
behind here.
and I randomly click on
Y'all
them.
know.
And that's about it. That's my gist of Instagram. And have no desire to try to figure it out. I barely keep Facebook together, so yeah, I'm not a social media person a lot, really, until the past few years since shutdown. Otherwise, yeah, I never really used any of that. I've never been live on YouTube or anything else, but yeah, when you get cooped up in the house, you know, it's like, oh, maybe I need to figure that out. Good way to socialize. So I did. But yeah, Facebook is my limit on trying to figure all that crap out. Mainly the only reason I have an Instagram account is because a lot of the craft blogs and stuff like that, you know, sign up for a giveaway and they want you to, you know, like them or whatever on Instagram. So I follow their little link and go do that. Never find them ever again, but I did that so that I'm in for the giveaway. And I have won some pretty good stuff. So. Oh, don't worry about that, Barbara. Really?
Well, you could shut your camera off.
Yeah, you could just do phone, cameras off.
Doesn't seem like K Renee is
This is what I got. This is a good day. Just saying.
active at the moment anyway.
Okay, going back to my other camera.
I'm on yep, okay.
There we go, got the camera back. But yeah, I don't worry about that. Mainly the reason that I down camera more so than up camera nowadays is a couple years ago I had uveitis set in my right eye, and I'm hypersensitive to bright light. And I always have to have a lamp on behind me, behind my shoulder, because I struggle with them in front of me, except for my little craft lamp that I've got here. I can drape a hanky over it and it'll take the glare out and still have the light. But yeah, I can't have it like facing my face because it affects that eye. It really pisses it off and makes it get puffy. And I'm trying to save it instead of damage it. So yeah, I usually am off camera if I'm up screen because of the lighting issues and the glare. I can't have like curtains open like I used to. We have our front door open today because it's super cloudy. right now, but that could change. And when it does, I have a towel pinned to a spring curtain rod, and it gets draped over the top part. My recliner covers the rest of the doorway view, but that towel takes care of that glare on the top part. So people come and knock on the door, and there's a towel hanging at the top half of the screen door, and they're like, what? But hey, I don't care. I did it that way so it could easily be moved aside to see who's there, and you know, we always have it locked, so people aren't just going to grab the screen latch and trot right in my house. If they do, they're going to wrestle it because I reinforce it. And you know, I'm a locksmith's daughter. I learned security and all that fun stuff. So yeah, they're going to have to make a lot of racket, and by then I will be armed. So recommend it.
Yep.
If they do, they're in for a world of hurt.
Sorry, I fell down a rabbit hole of something behind the scenes here.
Squirrel. Well, that sucks, Barbara Wolf. Crafty songbird, she is close to those fires in California, and plane flies over her house every 15 minutes to go put stuff on the fire. Oh, wow, that is close. Yes, she's definitely in my prayers. And the California wildfires they get are brutal.
Yes.
That waxy succulent that they've got that planted itself in that region, I think they put them in there to help with ground degradation. But yeah, they ended up being a nightmare. Anytime, you know, you bring in non-native species, whether they're plants or critters, it never goes well. The higher powers put them where they put them for a reason, and we don't need them put someplace else because they don't agree with the construct of nature in that area. But scientists seem to think it's brilliant to just keep doing that. I mean, look at Florida, it's full of indigenous.
Well, it's man's need over
plants.
nature.
Yeah, man needs to mind their own business.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for the prayers, Barbara Wolf. Back at you, my friend. Yeah, planes flying over your house. That happened when I lived in Nashville. We were in the line with like an airport or something there. So we had 747s buzzing over, and if you were in the middle of a phone conversation, you just stopped until it got way gone because you couldn't hear.
No, I think she means like scouting.
Yeah.
A water plane.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, planes that are throwing the powders or the waters and, you know, whatever they're using would be way worse. Just the cause unto itself. I mean, I know Mother Nature needs to renew, but you know, the fact that it takes out homes and neighborhoods and wildlife.
My whole thing on that is we chose to live and build in these areas, populate beyond what the land could handle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that to a degree, but I just hate to see people struggle.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I mean, because a lot of times in those kind of areas, the people that wind up living in that area are not the most fortunate financially. So they're that's where they can afford to be, is in the line of that stuff. So when they lose stuff, it's extremely devastating. But that's a whole nother subject.
Yeah. Maybe I don't want that one purple. I should have left the last one off there. If I can do this without destroying this grid.
So you're gonna do that with payout, right? You said
Pardon?
you're gonna do that with payout beads, right?
Yeah.
Earlier?
Yeah, this is single drop payout graph paper. You can see on the edges the hop and skip with the graph grid. Yep. Okay, I know alcohol takes off Sharpie, but I don't know if it means. No. That's alright, I'll just color over it. I can always jot a note if I need to. Okay, 1 to 1. I'll dot instead of. Yeah, that worked. Okay. A little darker, but I could make sense of it. Actually, let me think. I can turn this up. No. 1, 2. Yeah, that's right. All right. I never get a graph looking perfect. I always end up screwing something up. This is my third go just trying to figure out exactly the design that I want. I started putting that purple on and then I got up into here and I was like, yeah, I don't like that. Because I don't want to go right next to, I want to have the white open space in between because that's where my ivory beads are going to go. And if I just do it in here, it's just an accent and I need it to fill more space. So this extra lining will do the trick. Yeah, that is wrong.
Oh no.
I'm adding white, so these should be white. Oh goody, I get to start again.
I was just gonna say, oh no.
I do this, I'm used to it.
Oh,
That's why
yeah.
it takes a while for me to create a graph, but when I do get one created, you know, it's just right.
Right, and repeatable in the future without thought. You can look at it and go, okay.
They're always a work in progress. I mean, it's nothing for me to go through a dozen goes before I finally get exactly what I want.
That's a lot of things.
You can visualize it,
creative
but until you
things.
lay it out on a grid, you know, it's like having that space there, you know. It's like, and a restart isn't that big of a deal because I'm thinking that I might want 2 spaces instead of 1. So this is what I do. This is what I do. So I will set up, and I got ink transfer there. Okay, I'll say view for a smaller motif. And we'll use this page because it doesn't have ink transference. I've looked into the bead pattern maker. Price-wise, it's out of my price range. So it's not something I've ever been able to invest in. I have it for cross stitch, but I don't have, the cross stitch one is PC Stitch. I've had it for probably 20 plus years now. It's the pro version now because I've upgraded it a few times since I bought the original. But you know, it was like $30, whereas the bead maker programs that I've seen are like 150 or up. I've always done it this way with the beadwork. I kind of find the creative process with this soothing, whereas with cross stitch, I wanted a digital. Now, if I had a digital, I'd probably transition, but it's not available to me, so I don't.
Yeah. You feel more connected to the whole project that way too. Sometimes digital isn't always the best for the creative process.
Yeah. I've got all different kinds of graph paper that I pulled up, just free ones that you can get on the web. This is for brick or payout stitch. It's a little larger than an actual bead size. That's why I do this gridding across the edge, because I've measured the beads on string on the Nymo to find out exactly how many it takes to create an inch, and then on a finished piece measured it in the other direction to see how many it took when they're on that edge. And then I've measured, this is the bottle. I've measured the diameter of the bottle. I've measured my work base that I'm going to do here. And then I work it out on here. You know, they've got 2 drop, 3 drop. They've got the earrings. They've got oh Lord, they're not a mandala. They're rosettes. They've got patterns, you know, graph paper for your rosettes. You know, if they don't have a graph paper for it, I, you know, just draw it out and go. I mean, with my cross stitch, I've designed like wedding samplers, baby samplers and stuff, you know, a
Mhm.
lot. You know, and it's easier digital. But with this, I don't know. I've always done it on paper. Yeah, I could see that, Barbara. I don't know. I mean, I looked around. There's tons of these graph papers out there. This is the one that's easiest for me to see to do the payout that I'm working on now. Some of them, it's too toned back. Some of it's too bold. You know, and it just kind of gives you vertigo to look at it. This one doesn't do that for me, so it does what I need it to do. And
Kitty's on the attack. I heard it now.
oh yeah, I remember when they used to do that, Barbara. And I think since they quit doing that, their level of quality in like their magazines, like just cross stitch and stuff like that, has actually gone down. They don't have near as many patterns in them. Crap ton more ads.
Yeah, and links to websites to get them.
Yeah. I still subscribe to them though, because they still have a paper magazine. Beadwork magazine, my all-time favorite. I had a few bead and button, but I love my beadwork. I subscribed to beadwork, didn't subscribe to bead and button. I would just pick up random ones every once in a while when I happened to check on the magazine rack at the store, and they had a good one. But there was never enough good ones to justify subscribing. But with beadwork, I had a subscription with beadwork for years, probably at least 15 years. And yeah, they went fully digital. I don't mind a digital book to read, but when it comes to craft books, I want paper. I want to be able to have it here. I don't want to have to worry about, you know, my screensaver going on or something like that, trying to read it. And then if it's in a magazine form, you have to read it on a Kindle, aka small, not your laptop where you can see it larger, because they don't allow them on laptops. Probably because people could screw with them, steal them and stuff more. I don't know. But they lost me as a longtime subscriber when they went full digital. I don't do digital when it comes to craft stuff. Occasional pattern that, you know, I can buy and print out, but you can't print off of them things. They don't let you print it. You know, you have to look at it in digital form. No, thank you. I want a magazine, or I want a book. I have my little book stand, and I will set up right here in front of me. I can turn the page when I want to turn the page instead of the cat wafting by and its tail turning the page. You know, I like my paper when it comes to craft. Fiction, I don't mind digital. But nonfiction, craft books, yeah, I want the book. I want to be able to sneeze on it and have to wipe it off. You know, I want a book.
Aspen must not be up because it's raining or something.
Could be. She was over here about 10 minutes ago.
Aspen, are you hungry?
Just trying to feed the kitties, and one of them went AWOL.
Yeah, because it's raining.
Yeah, it's raining. It tinks off of the vents and freaks her out. So she always goes into hiding. If she doesn't turn up, she'll get fed later. Oh, I don't have boxes, Barbara. I have file cabinets. And I broke down the magazine and just kept the patterns that I wanted. I still have file cabinets. And then I have bookshelves full of craft books. The craft books don't go in the file cabinets, just the patterns. And the patterns are organized in notebooks as well. So, yeah, trust me. I have a room that is like my personal library that's about ready to explode from content. And I've been downsizing it until, yeah, that's what I do. I save the pages and I staple them together, and then I put them in files, you know, whether it's a bracelet, a necklace, you know, blah, blah, blah. I have it all organized in category. If a page is shared, you know, front and back of two different patterns, I will copy the one side on my printer in, you know, in high quality print to put with, so that each pattern is complete and in and of itself, and then it goes into my file system. Yeah, I use plastic sleeves too. And my book rack is a cookbook rack that has the drop down acrylic, you know, instead of like a cord.
Page holder.
Yeah. So that each time I have it open, it's covered with the acrylic drop down to protect it. Yeah, I'm kind of OCD about that. Oh, Aspen came out. Yay.
She's in my bedroom.
Jazzy, be good. Jasmine. She's not one to run off the tower, but if she's cowering, that means she gets it, so.
Oh.
Yeah, back down. Otherwise, she freaks. Yeah, she's not a run from water, she cowers. She freeze frames.
Like, we're gonna go at it again.
No. Jasmine. No. Sorry, guys, we're having a learning session here amongst the kitties. One of the kittens is trying to repeatedly attack the tail of another that's trying to eat.
Yeah,
use,
no, that ain't
water
cool.
bottle. Yeah, we use a spritz water bottle for training and verbal command. She's usually pretty good about it, but today she's being ornery.
Jasmine.
Jasmine, no. Yeah, just pick her up, cuddle her, and walk away.
Come here. Just get this round.
Yeah, just cuddle her and walk away. And she does not get leftovers because she didn't behave.
Yep.
She connects those dots very well.
Not.
Yeah. We're still teaching kittens. Yeah, we have a little over a 1-year-old and about a 5.5-month-old and a 4.5-month-old kittens, and then our 6 and 7-year-old, who are kind of like, you know, what just happened when they entered the household. All right, Barbara, enjoy your lunch.
Okay, Barbara. Have a good day.
Enjoy
sis.
visiting with you.
That's true.
Yeah, there you go.
Miles?
Miles.
No.
What's he doing? The same thing now? Monkey see,
Yeah,
monkey
it was
do?
his turn to try to make a go. Poor Aspen, she's having to fight for her meal here. But, no, we use a spritz bottle, we use a verbal command, and we use just scooping them up and diverting their attention someplace else. Diversion tactics are awesome. And eventually they get it. But it sometimes takes a while. That's why Miles is trotting right back over here again. Yeah, Esmeralda, she has learned for the most part. She has days where she gets a little goofy, but for the most part, she knows her boundaries. But these other two youngers are still in that process. And then, of course, the adults, they just know, we don't go there. Mommy doesn't want us to do that. They get it. They've gotten it for a while. Both of those came to us. All of these are rescues out of the mobile home park that we live in. But yeah, they just like showed up on the porch. Sable, she was pretty near knocking on the door with her paw. It's like, I belong to you now. I want to be your critter.
Mm-hmm.
So she would be like at the door immediately. It's like, request for your stewardship, please. Okay, let me in. I want to be here. You're my people now. Yeah, they kind of adopted us. Esmeralda, she came from a first litter of a new mom. Was very aggressive on the nipple, and mom literally could not handle the pain of her destroying her tummy, to the point that she abandoned her. We watched all day long until well after nightfall, and finally knew mom's not coming back, and went and collected her from the next door neighbor's front yard. She was just like 3 weeks old. Jasmine, her mom had their litter out in our shed and didn't know they were there, and sis opened the shed to get like the mower and stuff out to do the yard work, and terrified the mom, scared her half to death. So she moved the kittens. Well, when she moved them under our trailer. There was a gap in the skirting, and from the trailer settling. But that sheeting that they put on the underside of the trailer, got a piece that was tattered and dangling down, little tendrils. And Jasmine managed to get herself tangled up in them and was strangling, screaming for help. So late night rescue, called sis home from work because I couldn't get clear up under there. This is a double wide, and I can't do that kind of crawling and creeping. I went out there and psychically held her energy to keep her from strangling, keep her calm. Sis got home, and then she crawled under and collected her, and she became ours because the mom wasn't coming back for her. She had already moved the rest of the litter, so she wasn't coming in there anymore. She's still around here, but at that time, yeah, she had moved the litter a good little bit away in the park. This is a big park. But anyway, she became ours, and she was dehydrated and hungry and had some minor superficial wounds where the threads of the tarping were cutting her skin. And mostly she had a lot of PTSD from the event. Yeah, trapped and strangling. That's enough to leave an impression. But anyway, she's thriving now, and she learns a little different way. You have to do it in such a way that the PTSD doesn't set off kind of strange ways, but we've found out how to manage her. Like I said, I told sis just to go pick her up and walk away and cuddle her, instead of admonishing her. And that seems to do the trick. She's a mild-hearted one, not super aggressive or anything like that, like Esmeralda was. Esmeralda, oh man, full-on 100%, 110% alpha. But they're both doing well and thriving. And then Miles came along. He was the runt of a small litter to another new mother. He wasn't getting the nourishment that he needed. So he was stunted and dehydrated and borderline emaciated. Wasn't fully there, but getting there. and was infested with fleas and highly anemic because the fleas were eating him alive, basically. He was flat out, could barely raise his head. I think all day long, Mom had been gradually working him over here from wherever they were. He would have to take breaks because he just didn't have the energy. And finally, she got him. It was after nightfall. Got him out here on our sidewalk. And just all I heard from her was help him.
Mm-hmm.
She left him on the sidewalk and was laying nearby, watching. So we brought him in, and I had to do the more critical hydrating with a syringe, glucose, giving him glucose, but to restart his stomach with those things before I even started with food, and gave him those things, and then immediately headed for a bath and a flea comb, and I dosed him with Capstar so that whatever fleas bit him died, and of course treated the rest of the household for any fleas that way. And it's taken him a while. He did a lot of sleeping. I gave him some milk, kitten milk, initially. When he opened his eyes had already changed color. So he was at least 7 weeks old, probably more like 8 or 9 weeks old, and very, very small. He could sleep in the palm of my hand. He was the size of a 4-week-old. So he was very stunted and had a ways to go. But he is 4.5 months old now and thriving. As you guys seen when we first started the live, when I first joined the live, and he was in my camera. Beautiful sheen on his fur, and nice little kitten tummy, and all that good stuff. He's thriving. And like I said, I gave him their vaccines the other day. No rebound on that. I waited until they were a little older to ensure that their bodies were strong enough to
What are you
do what
doing
they needed to do with the vaccines.
besides coming here and being a pain?
Yeah.
Well, you stepped over here.
If you hear anything right now, that's the two kittens streaking through the house. They sound like a herd of elephants.
What'd you do?
Did you lose
Hold
something?
on. No, hold on.
Okay. Major streaking going on here. They just got fed, so they have their quote-unquote breakfast zoomies. Oh, here they come. They'll do this and then go have their afternoon siesta sprawled out somewhere in the house. But right now, this is
Oh,
the
I see
breakfast.
what you did. Okay.
Kitty help or people help?
Huh?
I said kitty help or people help?
Kitty help.
Yeah, mine are streaking through here. Breakfast zoomies. They usually do this for about an hour and then they totally gas out and they're good for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. And then they'll get up and play for a while before supper.
But you stopped. Did you not learn the first time? Stop it. Go the other way. What? Too much stuff there for you to go that way? Well, I'm sorry.
Not as fun there, Mom.
Oh, kids.
God, gotta love them, even when they're being little pistols.
Mm-hmm. Well, I moved what she stepped on the first time. I had, like surgical scissors that have the extra little thing up like this. And when she stepped over
Oh, yeah.
the thing, she didn't notice that was sticking up. And she stepped right on it. So then she's going off, shaking her back paw, going, what in the world? Like she got something stuck. She didn't get anything stuck. It just poked her pretty good. She's like, what the heck?
Yeah, those are EMT first aid scissors.
Mm-hmm.
We used to have a few pair of them around the house way back in the day. Because my dad was a firefighter, first aid rescue. And he was also a rapid water diver for rapid water rescue. But he gave that up shortly after I was born for Mom because she was afraid that he would get injured or die from doing that, because the rapid waters around here are pretty intense. And, had a child now. It's time to grow up. If that was her thought, apparently. That's what she told me anyways.
Mm-hmm.
He got hazard pay with that, so when he wasn't able to do that anymore, that is when he took the course in locksmithing and became a locksmith to supplement the family income. At least that's the stories I was told.
Yeah.
I mean, Mom had a major phobia about water anyways, so I'm surprised that he was able to stay a rapid water diver even that long, because she kind of freaks out about that kind of thing. She did until the day she died. I suspect that in a past life, she had a major drowning event in her life and was somehow carrying scars over for past life on that one. That's usually what phobias are.
Mm-hmm.
Those past life impressions that have traveled with you from life to life. Okay, I got all my notes transferred. Here we go. This is going to be used. So I'll put this in.
Really? Gonna try this again? Stop.
What, Sable? Is my
Come on,
paper
move.
in the order? Here, let me move this stuff up
Mm-mm.
here. Oops. Move this paper over here after I bonk you on the head with
Back
it.
up.
There you go. There's your spot.
No. Really?
Yeah, I'm having to resettle one of mine too. My mother hen is up here.
No.
Don't be pulling on that arm. I'm using it right now. Thank you. Good girl. Let me get this point established, all right? Just a few more to go. Yeah, I'm getting it.
You know, you're something else, kid.
Let me chew, but don't pull on the arm. Come on, sugar, let mommy finish.
Hurry up. Go ahead.
I just got a few more squares to go here.
Go ahead. Get it over with. No, don't lay over there.
One more. There we
Silly
go.
girl. Don't lay there.
I have to stop and cuddle the kitty. Not like I didn't cuddle her 30 seconds ago, but she seems to think that
Come on.
I should do it again. That's a cat for you.
There. Lay down.
Can y'all tell we're just a couple crazy cat ladies?
Mm-hmm.
As much time talking to the cats as we do them. Hand keeps cramping. I have to keep taking breaks.
Oh boy. Would you stop? Slow down, baby. Oh my gosh, I'm right here. What do you need? Hey.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Let's see below that. Okay, got the teal finished. All right, I think I'm gonna go out to purple. So 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Lord.
This side. Yeah, I like the 2 gap better. 3 will be too much, and 1's not quite enough, so 2 it is.
Finally.
Alright, now I gotta decide how we're doing this together. Done what I can with that. That'll go into my scrap wrap paper. I always save a sheet so that if I have a small motif, I can use up that bit.
Yep.
I'm frugal.
No, you're just not wasteful.
Well, you know, a tree died to have to create that sheet of paper. I'm not going to waste it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now I'm back to looking at the original for my last full wrap. Or full row. Okay, purple's out too. Thing is, as I've expanded this, that moves my center,
Right.
and I don't want to lose my center. I've got a 2 bead range to work with on my center. I think. Turn it this way. I think what I'll do I'm going to regrid my center mark real quick. There. And on. Here's my grid center. This is the grid motif center. I think I will move the X from the top of the forefinger to the bottom. So, if I turn that center motif upside down, my X is there. And replicate it that way. That will move it to where I need it. Okay, so from there, I go here, here, here. And on this side, I go there, there, and there. And grow out from there. That'll move the motif up too. There was an imbalance anyways.
Right.
Because this diamond started going back inward. This one does not. And this is gonna balance it back out to where it won't be quite uneven there. Just by flipping it like I did. That moves this up to bead rows, so that'll work perfectly. Alright, so from there, we go here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Replicate on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alright, from there, skip 1, 3, there, go across 2, keep it here, go across here, keep it here. Skip 1 and 2 on this side. And then we'll take that on this side. 1, 2, 3. Skip out. Motif on each side. Okay, here's that one. know. Three, two, three. Hey, Dan. Scrapman Dan is in the house.
Hi, Dan. All right, well,
No
be
problem.
here as long
Thanks
as
for popping in anyways.
I'll be here.
This,
Okay, I gotta step away for a few minutes. Take care of a couple things. Got back shortly. Hi, whoever else joined us.
Huh?
Somebody else joined us. I don't know. I said hi. Doesn't sit. They didn't type. I just see that they came in.
Oh, okay. Well, hello, whoever it is.
Some people really just like to come here and just like almost hide out, enjoy the music, and
Ain't nothing wrong with working.
it's interesting.
Yeah, they said it was gonna be like this until later in the day.
I didn't know.
The showers and it passes. It's not much. Yeah, I'm gonna mute or dark screen for a bit here, so this is
Okay.
going to be rubbing my bag down.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know we were getting any rain.
So what you up to, Dan? Hi, Myra. What's going on? Welcome to the room. This is a place where people come and chill. You work in the background, or if you feel like coming on up here, you can. Well, right now I got myself in a little rabbit hole I'm trying to get myself out of in sorting some beads, but you know how sometimes you get in those rabbit holes. And right now Billa's taking a little break, just taking care of some things, and she's doing a design for a beaded bottle that she's working on. Yeah, I think I'm okay. The brain seems to be settled. Go back to what I was doing, which was just creating what I call setups. So when I craft my jewelry, I already have the focal and beads selected. I'll put these away. So what you got going on? What are you doing? Two surgeries? On what? Hair removal. Do you still have your actual thyroid? And was it just for them to test the parathyroid, or? Sorry, Bill. Because I had one of my parathyroids. Well, that one more time. I had my full thyroid removed, one parathyroid, and multiple lymph nodes due to thyroid cancer.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it took a while. I ended up with a back rub, a breathing treatment, and had to go have a pee. So.
Hey, got to do what you got to do. So I said you just take care of some things and just say one thing. To get it with one thing would lead to another.
Yeah, it just happens. No, while Sis was
Mhm.
rubbing me down, working them knots out, started making my lungs drip. So, breathing treatment. And then, for whatever reason, if I'm having a breathing treatment, I always end up having to go pee after. I don't know, is this the sound of the thing or what? Hey, Myra. Cataract eye surgery this week and parathyroid removal last. Wow, that's brutal. Yeah, the parathyroid is 4 separate glands near the thyroid. Yeah, I learned that during Tim's parotid issues. Tim Powell, Tina's husband. Because, I was looking up stuff and helping her understand stuff. And like, oh, parathyroid. Basically kind of like a lymph gland, but they're a parathyroid gland because they're a little different than a lymph.
Yeah, they took out one of my parathyroids, a number of my lymphs, and my whole thyroid when I had thyroid cancer.
Dang. Still got mine. They're abnormal, but I still have them.
Well, most people's are. I mean, it's just, I think everybody has a certain level of abnormality with their thyroid or lymph system. It's just to the degree of whatever.
Sis only has one thyroid, one side. The other side isn't there. It wasn't removed. She was born that way. We found that out during some testing she had to have done. They did a sonogram and they were like, yeah, she's only got one side there. Which explains a lot about her energy level issues and stuff like that growing up. That they never could figure out what it was.
Oh, yeah, because you're not thinking missing part.
Well,
you're looking for it.
This was 60s and 70s. They didn't have the technology that they've got now. Of course. They didn't even know what half the stuff was in the human body then. They hadn't given it names yet and stuff. Or if they had, they really didn't know how it worked. They were just guessing. And even now, I think there's a good percentage of that going on.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Did they do both of your eyes, Myra? Or did they just do the one and they're going to come back and do the other?
I don't know if she put us on mute once we watch something else or what.
That's possible. Or she stepped away.
Or, yeah, just stepped away.
Multitasking. Could be an option.
Which most people do.
Yeah.
Which most people do when they're here. So I accept conversations just kind of
hanging out in the chat. It's usually because I'm not feeling well, and I'll have a game up that I'll be playing, solitaire or something. While I'm listening and chatting.
Yeah, I'm used to conversations just kind of stopping.
Okay, there's a purple.
Are you done with your nap? Now you're going to come be a pain again? Come on now. You're being so good.
Hey, but Mom, I'm a cat. Cat and good. Only me so far. That don't matter how old they are. There's always that barrier between, good and ornery. There's that Cattitude that kind of pushes the limit a little bit all the time. They can't help it.
Nope.
They have to test you. Which always brings to mind a scene in Footloose where her dad, they're testing you.
Mm-hmm. Give me a color, any color.
Blue.
Okay.
Hello, Irene. Welcome. You gonna come on craft with us?
Hi.
Come on craft with us, girl. Don't have to, just ask. I'm nosy. Inquiring minds want to know. Got a newsletter from our local state lottery. I love the way they always start out their little newsletters. Hey, humans.
Humans? What?
Yeah. That's how they start them.
It says
Yeah, that's how they
Yeah.
start their newsletters.
As
Hey,
opposed
humans.
to what? Animals?
I don't know.
Plain
Just think it's hilarious. Okay, so it's in the right direction. All right. PayPal real quick. And I was at Josie's fabric sale last night.
Oh, yeah.
And
Did you find any good panels? Now don't start trying to come the other way.
Any panels. I actually didn't find any panel work for me, but I did find a fat quarter. It's a bag of embroidered thread and 2 charm packs from Pam. And then I found like a yard of fabric and charm pack and I don't know, something else. Maybe it was a fat quarter from Josie. But now it's popped up here. Pam's working on her invoices, and she sent one and then canceled it and sent one. But it's not an invoice; it's a money request.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes they come through like that. But I was just checking my email real quick and seeing where she was trying to figure it out.
Come on. Stop it.
It's been a
Don't
couple
back
hours since she
me.
sent that,
This is
so
my
I would
space.
guess that it's correct.
It's correct this time.
Yeah. I've given it time and given her a chance to you know, sort it out before I actually paid. That way she didn't have to do like weird refunds or something like that. Giving her a chance to sort it out, but I think it's good now. It's been a couple hours since I got the last thing, so I am getting her paid. And she's paid. Okay. So I will send that to my folder. Those to the folder. Right. There's some garbage in my email. Moving stuff to folders, just kind of cleaning out my inbox here real quick. There ain't much there, but it bugs me.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, one of the gals in the doll group's making chicken and noodles. She makes them from scratch. The noodles and all. Sounds good. Squirrel? Sorry. Okay. Each post that people put in, I'm only in 3, I think now. You know, I get an email notification for each one. That's how it's set up.
Drink.
No, I'll just sip it in the drink there.
I said I would get a tea too.
Oh, okay, thank you. But now I lost my train of thought. Talk about a squirrel. That one done spun the wheel on me.
Else.
And I'm gonna go dark shortly because I'm gonna eat some bacon and eggs and bacon. Bacon and eggs, what are we gonna call it? But now I check my email several times throughout the day if I'm on here. Otherwise I pop on, you know, at least a couple of times a day. Just depends on how busy I am and what I'm doing, you know. I usually do that when I come in to sit down and take a break. This for a while now has been trying to perfect non-crispy edged, perfect, over easy eggs. I think she's finally got it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
My other half likes his stuff crispy on the edges.
Well, I like my eggs over easy and runny. And
I like mine up and pretty runny.
well, looky
Not
there,
that I will
sis.
oppose eating eggs in most any form, but
Perfect over easy eggs.
Really?
Really? See? Perfect.
Don't expect it every time.
Yeah, but you finally got there.
Yeah.
You're on the right track. Now just crossing fingers, toes, and nose hairs that it's not a one-off. Yeah, even when I boil eggs, I like them boiled soft. The only time I boil
Boiled
them hard is
eggs.
if they're going with
I
me
want
somewhere.
hard-boiled eggs. Weird. I won't eat the yolk when it's hard.
The only time I want
So,
to
like,
boil
even
hard,
when I have an up, even
is,
though it's
you know,
cooked
if I'm putting
light,
them in like potato
I'll
salad.
eat all the runny egg, and I will scrape off the cooked egg. Same dang egg yolk, but I won't eat it.
Yeah,
That's when somebody, whoever's nearby me at the time, cat-wise, gets a little treat.
if I'm making up like potato salad to take to a venue, I boil the eggs hard.
Oh yeah.
I don't overboil them. But if I'm doing them here for myself at home, just to have them in the fridge, to grab an egg, peel it, sprinkle a little salt on it, and eat it, I like them over soft. You know, I want the yolk finished inside, but I don't want them overly finished where they start turning green.
Hmm.
You know, I want them to have just a little squish to them. I haven't had 2 surgeries in 2 weeks, but I do have 2 procedures in 3 weeks. Or 2.5 weeks, whatever. But I go in for phase 2 on that this coming Thursday. This next week. Once I recover from both. Basically, it's a medial branch nerve ablation in my spine. And they've done the left side, and I go back and they'll be doing the right on Thursday. Once I get healed, then I will see what my new normal is with that treatment. it is looking promising that I will be more mobile and able to do more. Then I'm going to be focusing on getting my house turned back into a home instead of a warehouse, because that's what it's been looking like for a few years now. Because when my spine blew, I was in the middle of a remodel, and yeah, it got stopped dead in its tracks.
Just don't
I get the spine injections; they'd be good for 2 to 3 weeks, and I would attack it then. But as soon as the shot wore off, I was done until the next one. Until I got rear-ended by a semi in August of 2020. Then I would be lucky to get a week out of them. So I couldn't even really sink my teeth into a project before it quit. So I did a lot of sorting then, but there's still tons more to go. And I get recovered from this, I'm going to be focusing on the home a good bit, and getting back to finishing up what I had started and continue on from where it got left off, because there was other things to follow the remodel. And I'm hoping by spring that the inside of this house will be the way it's supposed to be. And then I will go back to focusing on the outside. And finishing up where I left off there. Which is some flower beds, and then I've got to do some alterations because that ramp was put in right down my sidewalk, and I had to remove a small, short little section of fence just to even be able to access the other side of it, because we had to put a window AC in because the air conditioner quit. So we had to have something to get us by. And I'm going to turn that basically into a kind of a rock garden. Won't be plants in there, so I don't have to try to get to it and stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
Then I can put that section of fence back up. The only other way to get it to where I can access it is putting, some kind of access, because the ramp blocks that little area all the way down, clear to the gate. I'd have to remove 2 shrubs and put a little something there that you get down off the deck to get in there. I've got a gate on the deck in that section that we used to open to put groceries up on the deck. I could put just make a little 2-step doohickey to where you can sit there, open that gate, and hang your legs off and have just a couple little steps to drop down. Something like that would work, at least for now. I've also thought about rebuilding the rail, removing the 2 shrubs, and moving the ramp over where that rock garden would go. And then putting the stairs back on. Because the stairs needed to be replaced, so they took them away. I told them to go ahead and take them. I could just put a new set of stairs there. I'm still thinking on it. I'll figure it out.
Yep.
So what's Irene up to today? know Dan was waiting for a friend to arrive, so he was meeting up with a friend to do some things. Myra's home recovering from her surgeries.
Oh. My channel was doing
Welcome back,
precisely
Josie.
what I wanted it to do, you know?
Do what?
Just provide my channel, my idea is working precisely the way I wanted it to so far.
Well,
And
that's
a
cool.
place where people can just feel comfortable to hang out and
Mhm.
not talk if they don't want to, or talk if they want to, come up if they want to.
Yeah. I think we might be reaching air conditioner time, sis. I'm sitting here sweating.
You know, plus you just got done eating, so
Well, I mean, it's
always
almost 1
raises
o'clock
the
at night.
temperature a
It is
little
the
bit.
upper 80s. No, eating don't really make me sweat.
So what's going on, Josie? What you doing?
I think since the rain stopped, that what little breeze we had has died off. And Miles, you are not getting into my plate right now. You wait until I'm finished, and then I will share.
He's like, but Ma, you're taking too long.
Patience, little man.
Huh?
Yeah, Miles was coming up here on the table, getting ready to go after my plate. And I'm not finished with it yet.
Yeah. Well, you said
You're welcome
patience,
to lick up
little
the
man, and
yayo after I'm done.
yeah. So you said patience, little man, and I was him going, huh? Like, what the heck is that word?
That's me telling
cat.
Miles
Don't
that he
have
needs to
those.
back off for a bit. Yep, he's my little man. He's the only thing with testicles in the house. But not for long, because those will be getting removed in a few weeks.
Well, he'll appear like he still has them anyway.
Possibly, but
Well, it depends on the surgeon.
you get them fixed when they're little like this. Usually those sacs disappear. They haven't all the males that I've had before, except for Tommy, because he was
Really?
a full-grown adult.
No, mine kept the sack.
Yeah, I've
That's
seen them where
goodies.
they still got them. He had little ones, but they shrunk. But, you know, I think he was under 5 years old, so he hadn't got saggy testicleitis yet. Or scrotum sacs, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah,
Also,
she was
there's
just
a bed
telling
up
me
here.
about that.
Oh, I did, Josie. I just got done paying Pam here just 10 minutes ago? There was a little flip-flopping on her invoice. She made one and then canceled it, blah, blah, blah. So I gave her some time. And it had been 2 hours since the last thing that had popped into my email. So I figured it was safe to pay it. If not, she'll email me. If it is correct, she's paid. I didn't want to pay it and then her have to refund. So I think it's good now. I would imagine with 2 hours that she had moved on to somebody else. So then I paid yours this morning when I got up. So y'all's paid for. Miles. Jasmine.
Well, you've got a good group of folks, steady group of folks that come in tremendously, Rosie, when you have regular
Yeah,
people.
it was a lot of fun.
Did he come back to lick it yet?
No, I don't know where he's at.
Okay, I'll leave.
I had to shoot him off of the back of the recliner because he was attacking bubble wrap on that dish. I left it packaged in case I needed to send pictures, but I didn't, so. Yeah, it was a great sale. A few little quirks to work out, but there's always that, a new setup on sales. If you want any input in refining that, feel free to contact me. I've helped with that stuff on other venues and helped work out kinks and pitfalls and things like that. So if you want any help with that, I'm more than willing to help you work that out. Just let me know. With all the modding I've done, I've learned a lot of the pitfalls and can help you avoid them. Just like when she came in last night, she had an echo issue. Everything was closed. She was still echoing. Nobody could figure out what. And I guided her through checking for the echo cancellation in her StreamYard. Solved it. Poof, done. I think everybody was like, wow, that did work. And it's stuff I've learned moderating, because I don't do content, but I've learned a lot about the pitfalls of content moderating. So I'm sure Stacey has too. She's done some moderating as well. Hey, Jeffrey.
Yep, and I've helped a few people here and there figure out little things like that too.
Yeah.
That are simple fixes, but they don't think about it, or they're staring at it right in the face and they're like, you get, especially when you're trying to do it while you already went live.
Oh, wow, that's rough, Josie. No wonder she was so pooped last night. Just pain and discomfort was sucking her energy out of her. She's probably bumped and bruised. Hopefully nothing more than that. Cam took a fall yesterday morning. So yesterday evening during the sale, she was pretty gassed before we even got started, but we muddled through. I helped a little bit in the chat, but Irene was moderating. I just kind of helped try to fill gaps, point out a couple things that were distinct pitfalls in hopes of getting them nipped in the bud to keep everybody happy. Oh, she hit the back of her head. I hope she didn't end up with a big old goose egg. You know me, Josie. I always pay fast. As soon as I get an invoice and see it, I'm off paying it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't mess around with that. I owned the business once. I understand money.
I didn't own the business, but I grew up with
No,
dad's
your
business.
dad did.
Being part of it.
Your dad did. So, you were raised with a business, so you did it.
Yeah. I learned how to do business phone calls when I was quite young. Answering in a professional sort of way, taking the proper notes, knowing exactly what he would need from people. All that. How to do ETAs. Estimated time of his arrival. Like when people would call, they'd have, they'd be locked out of their car, or, their house had been broken into and they needed him to come and change locks and do this or that and coordinate that with whatever contractor was coming to, repair the dam or windows or whatever, so they wouldn't all be up in each other's business, working on the same door, not a whole lot of room around the door. Kind of hard to be drilling to install a lock and You know, like add a deadbolt while somebody's trying to install glass on the door, you know. That wouldn't go well. Plus, I managed businesses, you know, handled ordering.
But there's a lot of people in this world that
billing
have never had any kind of
Josie, I was doing half.com, which eventually eBay bought and phased out, but I was with them before eBay owned them, and they were their own entity back in the 90s. Plus, I also worked the craft circuit, so I had a business there. So, yeah. Business sense, I've got a lot of business sense because I've dealt with a lot of business, either managing or owning or apprenticing within and managing. A lot of aspects, kind of all angles kind of thing. High security, you know, I learned a crap ton about high security. I mean, I was in vaults that Dad was, you know, like drilling. They were kind of like safety deposit boxes, but they were bigger. They were like a door that they had in these big vaults that where they keep the money in a bank, you know, the stacks of money in the bank. And we had to go into those vaults, and I would apprentice with him, and he would send me out to the truck for tools. I was assigned my own security guard. You know, we'd go out and get the tool. He'd follow along. He'd ask questions about, you know, what I'm grabbing and blah, blah, blah. And I would explain to him. He'd even help me carry it back in. Anytime you left the building, you know, they were checking you to make sure that you weren't taking out contraband. So, yeah, preteen, and I was getting patted down. Each time I had to go out and get tools, I'd be patted down before I left the building. That kind of stuff, you know. And Dad, you know, he was like, we're going to go into this vault and it's going to be stacked full of money and you just don't see it. It's not there. You know, and that's exactly what I did. It just wasn't there. I just didn't react. Didn't ask questions, didn't look at it. It just wasn't there. You know, there's a very distinct professionalism when you're walking into things like that. He wouldn't take me on the more sketchy stuff. But you know, like if the police called him and needed him to come and open a locked something.
Temporarily or temporarily secure something.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd have police there the whole time that he was doing the work, and just like in a bank, you know, you drill a safe deposit box or you drill one of those vault boxes. You open the door no more than a half an inch, just so that they can see it's open, and you step back, walk away, so that your fingerprints are on nothing but the face of the door. It's not even on the rim or edge of the door. It's just the face of the door. Because oftentimes he would be doing that stuff in a bank, and there was questionable or suspicion of what might be in it. So there was law enforcement there as well with security. And when the door was actually opened, you know, you were escorted out of the vault. The police were brought in, security at their side, and they opened it cohesively. And once they had cleared whatever was in there, if they had another one, then we would re-enter and open the next, and we'd do it all over again. Repeat performance. And as a very young kid, I had to know all the protocol, from literally greeting people when you walked in the door to getting patted down the last time on your way out. They inspect toolboxes, everything is inspected. So exiting the building once you've finished a job is probably a good hour between pat downs and inspecting all of the toolboxes and equipment that you brought in to make sure that you don't have any contraband stuffed or tucked in nooks, crannies, you know, layers in the toolboxes, drawers, anything like that in any of your equipment. And you just expect that. Oftentimes Dad would have me go ahead while he was finishing up what he was doing, all the tools that he was done with, he'd go ahead and have me start taking those out. And that way, the security guard assigned to me could go ahead and process those items to expedite the exiting, you know. And then all that was left was a little bit that he still had, and you know, a final pat down on me, because I get patted down every time. Every handful of stuff I took out to put in the truck, I get patted down every time, every trip out. Oh, cool, Josie. You got ears? You have one of those headbands with the ears to go with it?
That would be cool.
Or even the tail belt, you know.
I can imagine.
Belt strap that you put on that's got the tail. I don't think you'd need that with the way we do cameras.
No, he's sitting down.
What's up?
Yeah, I could see Miss Josie as a kitty cat. I remember the Josie and I could see Miss Josie as a kitty cat. Josie and the Pussycat.
Yeah, I had a song from, I think, the 50s pop in my head. I think it's from the doo-wop era.
It would just be funny to have the tail, like, I'm going to say this, it's going to sound kind of weird, like just strap the tail to your leg so it's kind of there. So every once in a while you can pull it up and kind of flick it or whatever.
Now it's just draped over partially. It's still there. It's up against your chest right now.
Oh, I put this down for you. You must be done.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
You must have got something on the arm of your chair. You're liking it. Well, that's nice, Irene. Sending you some costume. Oh, Stacey fell out. I'd come up and join you and do some of that stuff, but yeah, I don't have anything costume. The only thing that I have that might pass for costume is my witch's hat and cloak. But that's not really going to project much. You know, just me in a hat and sweating my butt off in a cloak in the house. Not really effective. Yeah, her internet must be giving her some fits. She'll be back. Well, hello, Blue. Welcome. Stacey fell out. She'll be back. This happens. So you're probably done invoicing and you're probably packaging at this point, Josie, I'm guessing. Welcome back, Stacey. Oh, roboting.
I'm back.
There we go. Well, have fun, Josie.
Natalie knows what happened. All right, Josie, thanks for popping in. I mean, you could hang out here and work.
Oh, she's getting ready. Oh, she's packaging and getting ready for tomorrow's office.
Oh, she's packaged. Oh, she's doing a lot. Hi, Blue.
Well, I come help you, but, you know, we kind of live on opposite ends of the country, sort of. Well, I'm kind of in the middle and you're clear on the other end. But definitely not a pop over and give you a hand kind of distance. Well, I sure hope Pam gets to feeling
Julie.
better.
That's what
She's
it
probably
was.
gonna
I'm
cry.
sitting here trying to think of what her first name was. It was Julie.
Yeah.
Spirit in the Sky Blue. I believe it's Julie.
Oh, who is
No
that?
one lives close to you. Spirit in the Sky Blue.
Yeah.
I believe her
You
name
had a
was
real name?
Julie.
Julie. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, hello, Julie.
Well, you know me. I like to get to know the people.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't hear it. That's why I was asking.
Yeah,
I'll
it is
try to
Julie.
remember
Okay,
that.
good.
My memory sucks, so if I don't and I call you Blue again, excuse me, it happens.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
I know, I just like to
I
point it
didn't
out to
remember
people so
right
I don't
away
think I'm
either.
being rude.
Nah. They know
Yeah,
I
if the
don't
name
allow
isn't in
rude
the
in
screen
here.
name, I'm horrible at remembering them. I do my best. Eventually it'll stick, but it can take, 2-3 months sometimes.
2 or
Depends
3
on how
times.
often there's
2 or 3
interaction.
occasions to, right. With more than just a hello. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and if you want to know, my real name is Cheryl. So there's a lot of Cheryls on YouTube though, so most people call me Willow, but some call me Cheryl.
I flip flop. Depends on what comes out of my mouth or out of my fingers.
Yeah, that happens.
You might matter what people call you. It might matter what people call you.
Yeah, I used to say that until people got very creative, and then I quit saying that.
So what are you up to?
Yeah, what you up to today, Julie? I'm sitting here drafting a crafty pattern. I guess I can turn my camera back on since I'm done stuffing my face. There we go. I am creating a pattern in peyote stitch to bead on this bottle. Do not remember what used to be in this bottle.
Oh,
But
really?
look at the label on top. It probably had beads in it, so it's probably not one that I saved from the kitchen. Oh, cool. I seen they did an
I'll be
event
right
at the university several years ago that sister and I went to, my sister and I, that was powwowish, done on stage by authentic, indigenous people. They were doing it to help people better understand the culture, and they were explaining along the way what things meant, colors and motions and sounds and all of that. It was pretty cool. Well, that's awesome. My screen name, Willow Alcier, is my shaman name. I have Cherokee and Apache in my history, or genes, whatever you want to call it. I'm part Native American, basically. English, Irish, Dutch, Dane, Cherokee, Apache. Hey, fix it, lady. Hey, I'm pretty sure I've had her name given to me, and I'm not remembering it right now. Brain fart. Yeah, I suffer chronic brain flatulence. Mindy. There we go. Mindy. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I haven't seen so much of that. I've gotten glimpses of that online with a indigenous gal that I know. She's a full-blooded Ute. And she's married to Dakota Territory Ogallala. But I've met in passing a few indigenous people here. Most of them are north of me though, so they come here every once in a while for like events, and you'll run into and get to visit with people. But beyond that, yeah, they're all up north of the capital city, actually, kind of almost on the other side of the state, north, in the northerly direction. That's where the reservation is, and or the reservations and casino. They've got casinos. I don't know if it's more than one. I think it's just one. I'm not sure. There might be two. They've got casinos up there. I've never been to them. I'm not a gambler. About as far as I go with that is a scratch off, a random scratch off, which right now I can't even scratch because my hands hurt too bad to hold a penny to scratch them. Sis bought me one last weekend and it's still sitting here waiting to get scratched because my hands have been hurting too much to scratch it. The last one I scratched, I paid for like 3 days. What even sucked worse is I didn't win anything. It was a dud. Hopefully this one's a good one, but I'm gonna have to pick at it probably to get it done. It's one of the $2 crosswords, so it takes a little bit. It's not just a quick scratch. But I prefer them that way because if I'm going to lose money, I at least want to get a game out of it. I like puzzles, so I usually do those or bingo. Crossword or bingo. That's about all we've got here that interests me. I buy a few a year, but not too many.
Hi, Mindy.
What is Mindy up to today? Yeah, I love word puzzles. I've got a Microsoft word puzzle game thing on the computer. I've got all kinds of paper books of crosswords and fill-ins, and I don't know, there's several different ones that I like. Yeah, I like them. Like I said, if I'm going to lose $2, I want to at least get a game out of it. You know, those little ones that you just scratch a little section and it's either you win or you don't. I don't know, they just kind of...
Yeah, I only do the crossword or bingo.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the games they've got here. I don't know about other states. I don't follow that kind of thing, so I'm not sure what all's out there, but...
All kinds of junk. I just do crosswords and bingos when I get them.
Well, I'll go, around the holidays, they usually amp up what they're giving or the percentile of winnings, like on the holiday cards and stuff. And I'll go to the website, check and see your chances and see how many has been sold and all that. They have all that on the website here. And, you know, I might splurge and buy 1 or 2 extra. You know, I might buy like a $5 kind of thing, you know, a holiday one or something. Because you can also like put it on the website on this thing they've got called Play On and get into a drawing. And they're bigger, so there's a little bit more to them. So you feel like you're, you know, getting a little bit more activity out of them. But I don't do those like every day. You know, it's just like a holiday splurge. But I don't know if we're going to do any of that this year though, because we had to replace our air conditioner, and we've got 2 kittens to sterilize, and they ballooned our property taxes, which we're going to fight. We fought it before and got it brought down. Then they decided to bring them back up even higher than they were before, and I'm like, nope, that ain't going to happen. So I'm going to fight them on that. But still, there's a lot of expense right now, so, and it's probably going to run through the rest of the year at least. I'm hoping to have the air conditioner paid for by the end of the year. And then I've been saving since the kittens joined us. I've been saving for their spays, well, a spay and a neuter, their sterilizations. We'll be getting those done latter part of October, and I've got that money put back, so now I'm working on the property taxes, and thankfully the place that we use for air conditioner heater services, you know, repair services, they're the ones that replaced it. They had a used unit. There's, you know, wealthy people that just decide to upgrade, and the unit works fine, they just want to upgrade. They keep those units for the low income. So I was able to buy one of those. Any work that needs to be done on it to restore it or anything, they do all of that, and offer them to the low income. And so instead of paying like $2 or $3 grand, I was able to get one of these for $800. And I'm established as a client with them, and they know that I pay, so they let me make payments. So that's what we're doing on that. And I'm paying enough each month to have it paid off by the end of the year if I can continue to make payments of that size. You know, if inflation doesn't tighten the belt more. So I've been being real careful, and calculating to ensure that we have what is needed for all of those things. So I'm good with the budget. So that's why I knew exactly what I could spend at Josie's sale. It wasn't tons, but, and I was picky about my buys, but things to fill gaps that will allow me to finish projects that I haven't had all the materials to do the project. So I'm a happy girl.
Yeah. Back
Give
up.
me a moment.
Come on. Having a shit.
Okay. So
Did you lose audio mid-sentence, or did you mute talk to family or something? That was weird.
I'm muted. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Like mid-sentence, bloop. From there down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 4. 2. 2. Okay. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's right. Cross. Okay, so from the double up, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. Skip 1, do 1. 2. And do 1. 3 up from the finish. Okay. So I'll move on that one. Purple center. And the green. Hey, Scarlett. Well, that's cool. Fix it, lady. Mindy. Yeah, Mindy. You know, it's always nice to get a break from a munchkin. Is this your munchkin, or is it like a grandbaby, or do you babysit? Or daycare? What you up to, Scarlett? Where you been at? Being a little shit. Because we know you do that well. Ow, yeah. Getting stabbed with a needle ain't no fun. Three kids of your own as well. They have, oh, they're 23, 25, 29. Yeah. I had one pregnancy in my life. I stillborn twins at the age of 17. They would be in their 30s now, had they survived. But with the way my life went, it's probably a good thing that it was a short visit for them. I will see them again. I've made peace with it a long time ago. I'm good with it. It happens. It just basically told me that my body wasn't in a good place to produce children in this life. I've lived a lot of lives, so I figure I've had a lot of children in my past lives that taken this one off. So that's what I did. And I'm okay with that. Like I said, with the way life went, it's probably a good thing that I made that choice. And when I cross the veil, I will see them again. Chances are, you know, they've probably been my kids in a past life. Who knows? At that age, I wasn't sensitive enough to read that. And I haven't inquired when I went over to the Hall of Records because for the healing temples, because I didn't feel that it was needed to know in this life. If there's anything I need to know about it, I'll find out when it's my time to go. I get over there, so I'm good with that. I made peace with the concept of the circle of life a long time ago, because I've dealt with the circle of life a lot in my life. Yeah, thank you guys. Like I said, I've made peace. I'm good. It just wasn't meant to be in this life, and you know, all my children in this life have fur, and I'm good with that. I have rescued a lot of animals. I've taken care of people. I've been a caregiver. Been a rescue foster for a long time. So I was a caregiver for over 30 years. Oh, raining again. We just have showers today. We haven't had any gully washers. It's just been sprinkles or showers. It's cloudy out and stuff, but it's just a quiet, peaceful day with rain, you know. Good day to just take it easy. Hang out and craft. I can't bead yet, but I can create the graph for when I can start beading again here. Probably next couple of weeks or so. I should be able to start beading again. If not, in this hand symptomatic stuff going on in my left hand, which I'm a lefty, so it's my primary. If this ablation that they're doing doesn't work, then I will talk to my doctor about getting checked for carpal tunnel. You know, maybe I stressed it or something. I don't know. Hopefully this will take care of it though, because it normally does. I've just been without pain management for so long that I became highly symptomatic. Scar says, "Hey, Stacey." I'm curious as what you're working on there.
Who, me?
She's been, yes, you.
I'm doing my setups.
Yeah. Oh, are you just making
My
multiple
earrings
setups?
and necklace set. Yeah, I'm just making
okay.
focal, you know, picking out the beading, put it in the bag, set it in
Bagging them out.
another bag, and then when I'm
You're
ready,
making
I
up
just
your
go through that bag and what
Yeah, you're making up your personal
strikes me,
kit.
that's the one I work on.
For me, I get a crap ton of beads, and then I start working on a project, and I see what works. I'm kitting them up. Yeah, that won't work for me. Because in the meantime, another bead will come along, and I'm like, oh, maybe that'll look better, or maybe I should do this instead, or whatever. So I might as well just get a crap ton of beads and start.
Don't get me wrong, there are times changes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't always go with exactly what I pull out. This is kind of the preliminary
Yeah.
with what I currently have.
You're making a kit, in a sense, kits that are kind of your starter stuff, and then you can change it up or whatever as you go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard Johnny talking about that. I didn't know she was getting married tomorrow. Yeah, I hope it goes smooth, too. Yep. Susie Woozy. She's going to be a wedded Susie Woozy here soon. Yeah, they were going to have their wedding pre-Rona, but yeah, it all got canceled because of shutdown. And then they had to basically use those chances to live with COVID. So then they kind of had to rebuild up their stuff. And apparently they got there, which is awesome. Oh, that'd be cool, Myra. Yeah, it'd be awesome if one of them streamed the wedding. It just depends on whether Susie wants that or not.
Victoria, yeah, there's going to be parts of it streamed.
That's cool. Well, it's
So
awesome that
it's
they
not
get
going
to
to
go.
be one long stream. It's going to be
Yeah,
broken up.
basically, they're going to probably do a compilation. Yeah, it would be neat to see. If nothing else, I'd love to see her dress. I'm
Yeah,
always
even if it's
fascinated by
just the
people's-
walking down the aisle, getting up to the whatever their situation
Yeah, I mean, that's
is. and-
pretty much the same for everybody. I just like to see the dress. The dress represents a lot about the bride in their choices of lace and design and everything. And I've always been fascinated by that because I've always been fascinated with fashion. I can't wear fashion. My skin don't tolerate it well. So I've always lived vicariously through my doll and dressed my dolls in high fashion, which I worked relentlessly for like a decade to learn how to create high quality, competitive grade, miniature, high fashion. And I did actually compete with my designs. So, but yeah, I've always been fashion. I mean, guys, they wear a suit or they don't. They wear a vest or they don't suit jacket. Well, it's pretty basic. But the bride, what goes into the bride's wear, there's just a lot more to it, and I've always been fascinated by that. I never had a fancy wedding dress. I wore a polyester blue, itchy, disgusting little thing that we found at the thrift store kind of deal. Looked like something you'd wear, you know, like in the back row on Easter Sunday.
I was going to say an
But
Easter
that was all I
outfit,
could
yeah.
find. Well, I generally don't wear polyester because my skin does not like it. So yeah, it's like we put it on, we hopped in the car, we drove to the courthouse. We didn't have a wedding, we just got married by the Justice of the Peace. Got her done, back home, and off that dress went. Never wore it again. It went back to the thrift store after I washed it. Because, yeah, not my cup. But everybody seemed to think that I should wear a dress instead of slacks and a blouse. Personally, I myself would have wore slacks and a blouse. You know, if I have to wear a dress, I would rather wear a skirt and a blouse than a full body skirt or a full body. They never fit right for me. I'm too long torsoed, too busty. And back then, I had no idea how to
Did
alter.
you find it? Because I didn't.
Since then, I've learned. But yeah, I still don't have a dress. I have like 2 skirts and 2 or 3 nice shirts. I don't wear heels. I wear flats. And I get out of them as soon as possible because I have a high arch. And flats generally don't have an arch. And they're usually not enough there to put an insole in. But
I've needed to borrow my.
well, that's a cool
Right
idea. I mean, I've heard of that done before. I have some christening type little gowns for babies. But it was for doll babies. It wasn't for people babies. And I don't know if they were really christening gowns. I'm not Christian, so.
Well, there's also things called dressing gowns too. Just kind of look similar. Not quite as fancy.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. But I do like the idea of repurposing a wedding gown. Mind you, I bought several wedding gowns at thrift stores to break them down just for the components to use in other crafts. You know, like I'll go to the Goodwill and they've got those color-coded weeks, and I'll wait until they're half off and grab one that's got, you know, all them components in it that I like. You know, the overlays and the beads and the rhinestone Monties that they sew on, and you know, the overlays and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I love getting that kind of stuff because I love kind of look, but I don't want it as stuffy as, you know, deep Victorian look. And a lot of times, you know, the laces and things on wedding gowns will do the trick, and you can dye them to whatever color you need. And that's what I've done, is taken it apart and used the components, dyed whatever I needed to, and used them on other things, including wedding dresses for dolls. I've made wedding dresses for dolls out of components from people wedding dresses. But you're kind of limited on what you can use there because of the scale. It's so much smaller. You can't, you know, use great big gaudy stiff flowers or whatever on, you know, a tiny little dress that you want to look flowy. But you know, I've even used it on quilts. You know, I've used components on crazy quilts, pillow covers, with kind of that Victorian / crazy quilt kind of look. I know, I've just broken down wedding dresses and used a lot of components. You know, the under fabric and the laces and the train. You know, there's just a lot of good components to be had.
Yes, very much so. Especially since a lot of wedding dresses were older, a lot older than what, you know, when the time you were looking for them were. Because they were moms or grandmoms, and the younger girls didn't want to wear them or whatever.
Finding vintage. I love the vintage textiles. You go to church rummage sales on bag day, and usually it's the old stuff that's left behind. And you know, the collars made of real fur that you put on a big old wool coat that the collar comes off. I find those for 10 cents.
Yep.
Or, you know, $5 for a big grocery sack, and I just start piling in shirt weight. You know, like men's shirts that have a shirt weight cotton. Works really good for dolls because it's so thin that it flows real well. But it's got to be, I love plaid, but it's got to be a smaller print plaid, not the great big, so that it looks to scale on a doll. The fur, suede, leather. I hate to see, you know, an animal died to create that. I hate to see it go in the garbage. I will get that stuff and repurpose that stuff and give it new life. Well, let me think. Yeah, wedding gowns, anything lacy, ultra suede, anything that's ultra suede, because I reuse ultra suede in my beadwork. Oh yeah, you guys are talking about the booster. I haven't been able to get those shots because I am not a candidate for them. I have the fibro as well, but I also have autoimmune disorder. And in my mid to late 40s, they were big on the shingles shot. I had them test me to see if I had the varicella virus in my bloodstream or not from when I was a kid, because I never got chickenpox. To see, I carried it a lot. I'd babysit a baby that was a chickenpox baby, and then, you know, go hug my nieces and nephews and give them chickenpox. But I never got it. I had none of that in my body. They were concerned having none of it in my body. If I got shingles, that I would break out in massive chicken pox. So we opted to get the varicella vaccine. I got the varicella vaccine. I had a anaphylactic reaction to it and broke out in pox. Because of that, they do not recommend me with my autoimmune disorder getting the vaccines. So I am not.
Yeah, I can't because I've had pulmonary embolus.
Mm-hmm.
I almost died one day. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Blood clot in the lung. I've known people, close people that have dealt with that, but I've never dealt with it myself or, come close to that. I do have nodules in my lungs though, which is pre-cancer basically, along with COPD.
Let's just face it, we're all a wreck.
There's just so much medical crap out there. I've always been kind of sickly. When I got a little older, my mom and I was caregiving my mom. We had the same doctor, set it up that way so that we could do our appointments the same day, back to back kind of deal. And it just made things easier, not having to get out as much and what have you. She did some research for us in regards to my chronic health issues since birth versus the fact that mom was a survivor of, just had it on my tongue. It'll come to me. Typhoid fever. That was it. Typhoid. She was a typhoid fever survivor. And apparently they have found
my
that
mom had
offspring of typhoid fever
I think-
survivors are usually sickly their whole life. And that's me.
St. Vitus stance, which was an autoimmune disease my mom had when she was young.
Yeah. Yeah, typhoid fever goes back to the 40s, 50s, 60s. Deadly. They were giving her, what is it that women used to take back in the early 19th century to make their skin look kind of translucent? Arsenic. They were giving her micro doses of arsenic to keep her heart pumping. It takes me a minute for words to enter my head, but they're
All right,
still there.
Jeffrey, thanks for hanging out.
Hiding behind a bush somewhere. Bye, Jeffrey. Take care, honey. I'm guessing your baseball season's about ready to wrap here before too much longer because they've already started football, I think.
They overlap at least a good month or so, I think.
Yeah, but that'd still be kind of the
Month-ish.
tail end when they be getting down to, what do they call it for the end of baseball?
Oh, yeah, soon. The World Series.
Yeah, there you go. They ought to be getting into that, on the pro level or whatever. I don't know if they have that in his local youth.
Oh, yeah. Well, they would have regionals and
Something like
nationals
maybe.
and
Finals, I don't know. They ought to be getting into that before too much longer, though.
well,
They usually have that
regionals and
wrapped up by
national
Halloween,
finals.
I think.
Finals are usually basketball.
I don't know. It's various chasing a ball activities. And yeah, they weren't my cup of tea.
I like that. Various chasing a ball activity.
Yeah. Well, that's basically what they're doing. Whether it's a football, basketball, baseball, soccer ball, golf ball, you're chasing a ball. you know, like a dog. We are doing for baseball, fall baseball now. Oh, okay. It's probably cooler. I mean, you're pretty far up north though, so you probably aren't. I don't know. Jersey's been getting hit, so you've probably been getting hit up there in Rhode Island with some of the summer heat too. It's just been one hot summer all around. I mean, there's places that don't normally get that kind of heat. It's been getting that kind of heat in spades. Wow, that looks like you dumped out a whole big bowl of Herkimer Diamond. And I know they're just crystal beads, but still.
Only if.
That's what it looks like.
I don't separate the materials.
You're roboting again, honey.
Like I was saying, I don't separate by material. So some
Oh, some are glass, some are acrylic. Yeah, I'm OCD. They're separated in my group, or in my shit. Everything is separated in my stuff. I mean, I've got little 1/2 by 1/2 inch zipper bags with one bead in them because it was a really good bead. But yeah, I was talking recently about what I need to do is go through and all those little indie bags that are in my trays, take them out and create bowls by material and just have indie bowls of beads. So I don't have to go digging through all the little baggies. You know, I can just grab a bowl, whether I want gemstone or glass or crystal or acrylic or, you know, ceramic, whatever, wood, and just do indie bowls of those beads and line them up on a shelf and label them. And that would give me more room in my trays for the multi-bead baggies. Because somehow I end up with a lot of indie beads. I did that with my buttons. All my buttons are done in bowls like that, so it makes sense for me to do the beads like that too. It was one of those epiphanies that I had here a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't been up to doing that. You know, to doing it. But it's on my to-do list now.
Mm-hmm.
So when I do get to that point, I can do that. Oh, I thought you'd left for the day.
Just to,
Yeah, you had time to.
yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good one. Love you.
You too. Love you too.
Closed, unwindowed envelopes from the bank. That usually means some over 50 event that they're doing that is stupidly crazy and insanely lame and a waste of paper. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So those two go to the shred pile. Yes, I shred everything. Any packages that I get from people, those labels get shredded too. Because I just don't like putting personal information out there for people to get nosy with. Or to steal your identity with. Ooh. This is my package from Victoria. Adventures with Victoria. My chapsticks for this winter. Well, some are mine, some are Sis's. And this is a replacement lash curler for Sis that she doesn't know that I bought. That'll go in her stocking. In other words, it'll be hid by the time she gets off work. This is a bundle of 20 various brands of facial masks. Sis and I can share those. What you doing, Jazzy? Did you come to see what I got? Yeah, did you come to see what I got? Little Jasmine, come peek up here and see. And I got sis some mascara because she's getting low. And this is it's a little hairbrush that looks kind of like a lash brush, but it's bigger. I actually got this for crafts because, yeah, I don't do all that crap. And then Victoria also gifted me a couple of images of fake lashes, just basic. I don't wear these, but I have some vintage dolls that have lost their lashes, and I can replace their lashes with fake lashes. There's only a couple that these don't work on. That you buy those cheap acrylic bristle brush paint brushes, and you flatten them out, and you stuff them up in there with glue, and then you trim the handle off of the paintbrush and shape them, and then let them set and dry. And you have replaced their lashes with the same cheap acrylic paintbrush lashes that they had back in the 50s and 60s when they were created. It's a little doll restoration trick that I learned from a doll doctor. Oh yeah, Scarlett. I shred everything. I shred documents, I shred envelopes, I shred packaging labels, I shred everything. If I have, like an old credit card, and they don't just get shredded. Looks like they went through a blender when I'm done on puree. But I don't put them in the blender, but that's what they look like. Because I run them through the shredder repeatedly. And I'll grab the little strands and I poke them back through, push them through the piece of cardstock. Yeah, when it's done, yeah. Might as well be pureed because that's what it looks like. Being raised by a high security dad, yeah. I'm all about my home security and my privacy security. And but anyways, that's what I got from Victoria. So I will close that box for the time being. And since I handled mail, I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick. So I will be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, the other day I got my package from Tank with poker chips in it. They're in the kitchen to get washed. And then I will get a care package together for you and it'll be heading your way.
Oh, cool.
They're pretty dirty looking, so I want to give them a good wash first. Get rid of the funk. That way when they show up, they're ready to go and not, you know, I don't like to send things that are covered in funk. Okay, you got the green on that side. Go there. I guess I'm done with the green. So now I'm out to the side. Go to there, so go to there.
Sorry if I made it.
Do what, hon?
I dropped my pad, so sorry if I made anyone
Or you
busy.
had dropsy. She's having dropsy. Okay, I'm done with this part, so I'm going to cut this out so I can use it as my guide. This piece of paper, since I have folded it and refolded it and folded it again, is unfortunately done. Okay, so I'm going to be going in here. So to do the double row, that's going to put it at 3 out. Right there.
All right, well, I think I'm going to call this one in 5 hours.
All right, that's fine.
I mean, I could hang out forever, but, you know, got stuff to do.
Yeah,
Other
I
than
hear
this.
you. You gotta eat, you gotta do the mundane things of life. We can't live in our crafty bubble forever, no matter how much we would like to.
Okay, well, thank
I hear you.
everyone who came in. Thank everyone who hung out. Thank Willow for coming up here and joining me. And be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Go to my information, can't think of the word right now, description, like Vintage Hippie and Mars Trinkets and things. And most importantly, have a good rest of your day.
And if we don't see you this weekend, have an awesome one.